Let's see. Connection seems stable right now, but I'm a little worried that that could change. Once again, still connected to the Ethernet. I'm a little nervous to move the Wi-Fi right now. All right, I was just trying to buy time for the stream on YouTube to start. What's up, my dudes, my dudettes, my dudenaries? We're back at it again with more Danganronpa R. Hopefully, this will be the last one. I kind of expected it to maybe go on for two parts. I thought we could have gotten it all done in like one part because it said on Wattpad it's like 3-ish hours, maybe a little over three. But I knew for a fact that knowing how I talked and, ramble and stuff, there's no way. There was no way. But yeah, tonight at 3, we're going to be continuing Danganronpa R, hopefully finishing it. And if we have extra time, we might take a peek at the Amino. We might take a peek at my Amino just to see some of my other OCs. I think maybe I might have some more information about the OCs not only in this one but also some of the beta kind of like story ideas that I had before kind of settling on this one. I had like at least two more before this one, and then one more after this one. I really had 114 posts. Jesus. And then I kind of ghosted it, my amino, completely like, what, 2 years ago? But yeah. I feel like I could probably do some of these redesigns and drawings better. Because I'm not happy with all of them from Danganronpa R especially, but I feel like I did the ideas a little bit. At least for the redesigns, at least it was an improvement on the first iterations of But yeah, sorry, I'm getting off topic again. I'm kind of doing this stream, the fanfiction reading stream of my own fanfiction, both as like a way to like kind of roast myself, but also see how far I came. Hopefully, get some critiques. Entertain you guys, of course, because I know there was like a stream idea. This was a stream idea I had with when Bez was in chat before that I talked about, and I knew that they were at least interested in it. But yeah, it's a little. I I want, and it's kind of like to help motivate myself again to get back into writing fan fictions and stuff because I had a plan to start at least a new fan fiction before summer ended, and now summer's ending in like 2 days and I still haven't started it yet because I was just so busy. So I'm kind of also trying to get motivation for that. So yeah, other stream scheduling stuff. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific time, we're gonna be playing more 100 Lion Last Defense Academy. Hopefully that stream will not lag as much as I guess technically or cut off. I guess technically now the last like it has for like the last two streams now. I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi. I'm just very unlucky, I guess. Um, and then next week's stream schedule, I gotta double check. I gotta double check, but I'm pretty sure next Friday, for sure, more Tetra Danganronpa Pink. I think by next Saturday, the next Zenless Zone Zero update will be out, and it should have a new story. So we're probably gonna be doing that next Saturday, and then next Sunday we're gonna be playing more 100 Lion Last Defense Academy. What else do I need to say here before we continue? Once again, I am for real life stuff, I guess. For real life stuff, real quick, my grad schooling has been delayed until like spring. I think I've mentioned this in the last stream, but I just wanted to reiterate that. But I have been going to therapy to figure out some stuff as well. I don't want to talk about it on stream yet, just because like it's kind of fresh. But I am going to I have been going to therapy and I'm supposed to be seeing them again next month. But there is also a psychologist I'm supposed to be meeting. I'm still waiting for contact back on them, but like I'm supposed to be contacted by a psychologist office in order to like figure out some oh no. to figure out some stuff like I don't want to say mentally. It's more so like me just trying to figure out ADHD and autism stuff. Like if I to see if I do have it, because like once again, I was never diagnosed for autism, but a lot of like the traits that my um baby brother has is similar to what I had when I was younger. Never got diagnosed with it because it wasn't really as like well known or at least taken as seriously as it is nowadays. But I did get tested and for ADHD before back in like third-ish, fourth-ish grade, I believe. And yeah, I did have that. So I'm pretty sure I'd still have that, but I'm just trying to see like mentally where I'm at and how I can like kind of like and not necessarily treat that, but work with that, you know? But yeah, um, I don't really want to start too early, so I'm just going to buy some time here. I have a tipping link in the channel page and description below. Go ahead and leave a tip for like streams and all that, and make sure you leave a message. The messages should be voiced. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make sure that the messages get voiced on in the next stream, if in case you do it off stream, just so you know. What else? What else? What else? I also have the Discord link in my channel and description page below. I'm gonna try to be more active on the Discord, but like I'm trying to bring the communities together for that. Um, and then one more major thing I wanted to talk about before we jump into like the fanfic once again is to I have a sub goal and follower goal. I'm trying to get to 30 followers on Twitch. Right now I'm at 21 last I checked, and then 500 subscribers on YouTube. Currently at 255. And I'm trying to hit like a sub goal stream. I'm gonna do a sub goal stream with that once we hit those sub goals. Um, and I was I know Roblox is going through a controversy right now, but like Roblox is like a simple game that anyone can get access to, I guess. So I wanted to do something with the fans. I don't know if it's going to be shrimp game, squid game stuff, or like something else yet. It's definitely going to be like a either collaborative or competitive-esque game. I had originally planned on it being like Danganronpa Carnage because this is a big Danganronpa channel, not like big, but like, Danganronpa centric channel almost, I guess. Fanganronpas, especially right now currently, but like, um, I'm not sure if social deduction games are the best to do the stream with because people could just like stream snipe. But yeah, I feel like maybe doing something else where people can't necessarily stream snipe or like, cheat like that, I guess maybe would be pretty interesting. But yeah, my food's supposed to be getting here in like an hour and a half to 2 hours, so that's probably gonna be our first break. Hopefully by then, I'm pretty sure we'll get through the rest of the Deadly Life, though. So yeah, I think it's fine for us to continue from where we left off here. So yeah, we got to the class trial. To do some summaries real quick, to do a little bit of a summary here. Prologue, we met all the characters. We learned that there's a mastermind. Kind of like Super Danganronpa Number 2 style. There's the diary, which basically takes place after the killing game itself, where we learn about the kind of like what's going on in the outside world after. Okay, just leave it up there. Yeah. Huh. I thought they said it wouldn't get here until September, but all right. It's September 2 days. Still early. Anyways, sorry, that was my diploma coming in, I guess. Diary. Sorry, I need to go back to the diary. Once again, this is like post-killing game stuff and kind of just not really foreshadowing, just straight up saying what happens in the next in like what would have been chapter 5, I guess, in all that. I use a lot of bold text. I should probably not do that. Do that less, anyways. Daily life happened. We got our first couple free time events there as well. Basically settling into the new environment, investigating the opened up labs. Not so subtle foreshadowing. We had a dinner party, and one of the characters' cousin is dead now. We investigated the body, and now we're at the class trial. There we go. Yeah, that's. I just wanted to do a quick summary because we already hit 3 o'clock, and I don't want to delay it for too long. So let's start. Truth bullets. Monokuma file 1. I really wish I wrote down the information that was here too. Sealed bottle of bold spite poison. Empty appetite poison. I just made up poison. Tamba would be having a sorry, wrong one. Tamba would be having a field day with this game right now. Princess of Poisons. All right, let's continue. Missing poison bottles. K account. TJ's condition. Everyone's condition. Goro and Benjamin's breakfast. Benjamin, Daisuke, Morero, and TJ in the kitchen. Mikoto and Hanzo in the dining hall. Sainted chestnut streusel crusted steak. Daisuke alone. Crime scene photos. Group photo. Seating chart. Hanzo monitoring us. That's not a lot of truth bullets. Let's go. Let's see how it all. Oh yeah, I changed the writing style for this, and they're probably about to break the fourth wall, aren't they? I think I remember that vaguely. Class trial start. I didn't even spell trial right. That's trail. Monokuma. Let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial, so your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the Blacken. And the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. In 1 hour, the voting time will begin. God, they only had 1 hour in the trial. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death. So remember to vote. It would be just a waste if you It'd be just a waste if you die just because you didn't vote. Mikoto, so it's starting, huh? God, I was not subtle, huh? Unagi, what's this strange aura I feel? Mina, well, our lives are on the line, so. Unagi, I did not mean that. I mean the way I am speaking feels different. Shin, really? I don't feel different at all. Anzo, wow, not even 10 lines in and we're already off topic. God. God, the self-awareness in the writing that I fucking wrote. I must have thought I was a real genius, and now fucking what, 5 years later, I'm just like, oh God. Goro, shut the fuck up. Benjamin, before we continue, I forgot, why did I make his accent so thick? I I I have a question I want to ask. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna bother trying. Monokuma, go ahead. Benjamin points to the picture of TJ with an X on it. What's up with that picture? Monokuma, oh, Hanzo and I would just feel horrible if TJ got left out just because he died. Hanzo, don't you believe in the power of friendship? Unagi, I'm not so subtle. I'm not so subtle. Unagi, isn't it supposed to be magic? Karin, just ellipses. Karin, no. Karin's face turned deadly serious, causing Unagi to cower. Fuyu, I also have a question. Points toward an empty podium. Why is there just an extra podium there? Should be a question mark there. God. Monokuma, ellipses. Hanzo, oh, that, like I said before, it's going to be important later. Unagi, it's not going to be one of those plot twists where you. Uh, Unagi, it's not going to be one of those plot twists where the you we know was actually a mysterious 16th student lying hidden somewhere in the facility as the real Hanzo is actually masterminding behind the scenes. Hanzo, I won't tell you if there really is a 16th student in here, but I will tell you this. The Hanzo you see before you never existed in the first place. Shin, the Hanzo we knew never existed? Mina, don't listen to him, Shin. He could just be lying. Shin, is he though? Girl, wait a minute. Why do we even care what happens to him? He's the goddamn mastermind. Hanzo, my life is on the line too, you know. If you guys get it wrong, I die too. Moeru, don't you know who the culprit is? If you do, then fucking tell us. Hanzo, hey, I'm a participant like you guys. Even I don't really know who the killer is. Fuyu, really? Fucking Hanzo lied? Because I remember the story. Monokuma, let's just say it's on a need-to-know basis, and Hanzo as a participant doesn't need to know. Daisuke, seriously? Karin, who cares? Let's get on with the trial now. Okay, that won't be necessary. Karin, huh? Okay, oh my god, I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I already know who did it, but I'm not gonna say it till the end. I'm doing this bit too. All right. Just fucking doing every bit in the Danganronpa book. All right, here we go. Okay, I've already figured out who the culprit is. Mikoto, internally. What? Daisuke, what did you say? Kei, you heard me. Emika, so are you revealing it now? Moero, revealing what? Why do I have the bold text? I just use it whenever, huh? Emika, Kei, I'm going to give them a chance to out themselves now. Ellipses. Kei, this is your final warning. More ellipses. No one answered her. Okay, fine. We'll do things the hard way then. Honestly, I'm disappointed in you. Karin, did you really think that would actually work? Mikoto, internally. I feel horrible now. Alright, let's start with everything we know about the crime scene. Karin, is that really necessary though? Mikoto, huh? Karin, hear me out. Okay, hear me out. What if he killed himself? More ellipses. Mikoto, what? Daisuke, why would my cousin kill himself? There should be a question mark there too. Karin, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Barai, that is an undeniable possibility. Maybe we should talk about it? Goro, I don't know TJ for very long, but I know he isn't one to just off himself for no fucking reason. I'm sorry, Goro. You do realize what happened, like a day ago at this point? The arguments that they had? I mean, I guess they did make up and, they did make a promise as we seen in, like, the. But you didn't know that. Well, you kinda knew that. Karin, he did have a reason though. He didn't want us all to die. Mikoto, huh? Karin, he sacrificed himself to save the rest of us. Daisuke, would TJ really do that? Benjamin, fuck, why did I make his accent so thick? Because reading it is impossible! Reading it is actually impossible. God, why did I make his accent so thick? I think I would. It reminded me of a lot of myself. If one of my sisters or family was here, I may do the same thing. There we go. God, I made his accent so thick that it's impossible for me to fucking read it. God. I feel like if I ever rewrote Benjamin into a fangan, I definitely gotta fix the accent at least a little bit. Like, make it less. We gotta make him less southern. Goro, I might have done the same thing if one of my brothers were here too. Daisuke, ellipses. My arrow, he did seem to care about us and his cousin despite the circumstances. Mina, I guess we found our first topic then. Daisuke, more ellipses. Alright, non-stop debate. Here we go. This is how I executed it. Karin, is it possible for Daisuke to kill himself? Benjamin, considering the circumstances, it is not entirely impossible. Goro, so he killed himself with poison then? It was poison. Okay. Barai, he snuck into the Ultimate Assassin's lab, stole a poison bottle, then killed himself to save us. Karin, yay! TJ made himself useful for once and saved us all. Mina, hey, don't say it like that! Daisuke, just ellipses. Something Barai just said shouldn't be possible according to K's account. Ultimate Assassin's Lab. No, that's wrong! Alright, hold on. Barai, that shouldn't be possible. Kay was guarding the lab all day for the past few days. Right, really now. If you don't mind me asking, do you or anyone else see her guarding the labs? Goro, actually, Big Mac and I can. Benjamin, yeah. We usually go jogging around the school during the day and always saw her then. There, sorry. Emika, I could provide her alibi. Hanzo, I could vouch for her too. Karin, really now? Okay, yeah, they're telling the truth, especially Hanzo and Emika. Karin, oh, what's this all about? Okay, he stuck around me like a fly sticks to shit. Mina, did you have to describe it like that? Barai, okay, I guess Miss Naegi and Miss Maru have a point. Mikoto, yeah, I don't think it's possible for TJ to kill himself with that poison. God, every time poison, look, hey, every time poison's mentioned, all right, we can't cut the Tamba. We can't snap cut the Tamba, but every time it's bolded, bold spike poison, every time it's bolded, we got to, I just got to, all right? I just have to. Objection. Mina, you said that pretty confidently. Mikoto, say what? Mina, that TJ didn't kill himself with poison. Rebuttal showdown. Mina, you say that pretty confidently, that TJ shouldn't have been able to kill himself. Mikoto, I didn't mean it like that. I mean that he shouldn't have been able to die from that poison. Mina, alright, but what do you mean that he could have killed himself with that poison? Mina, what evidence do you have that proves that? Closed bottle of spite poison evidence. All right, hold on. I really gotta. I can't remember my tabs. Tamba Ruiko cuts in. It was poison. Mikoto, I'll cut through your words. If you look closely at the bottle in the crime scene, you'll notice that it's still closed. Mina, closed? Mikoto, yeah, closed. I feel like in order to kill yourself with that poison, you would have to get it out of the container first. Mina, ellipses. Shin, wow, how did you miss something like that? Mina, shh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. It's usually their job to examine all the evidence. Barai, Miss Wright is right. Mr. Yu, it's not completely her fault. Shin, right, sorry. Mina, it's fine. Mikoto, before we continue, I want to ask Karin something. Karin, what? I really should do more action term like stuff like this, huh? Because it just feels like White Room now. This is heavy White Room syndrome. Shianesty roll rules. It's probably supposed to be rolls. Rolls her eyes up to the sky and put a finger on her chin. Mikoto, didn't you say you're going to tell everyone about the poison Sylvian glows? Karin, ellipses. Emika, yeah, I overheard your conversation. What happened? Karin, I forgot. She smiles cutely while closing her eyes. Moeru, what? Barai, you didn't seem to be the kind of person to forget things so easily, Miss Togami. Emika, she stared intensely at Karin as Goro followed. Unagi, so are we just gonna gloss over what Makoto was saying? Makoto, huh? Okay, yeah, there was more evidence that proves that the poison in the crime scene wasn't the poison that killed him. Hanzo, what? Unagi, actually, I was talking about when Mikoto said, no, that's wrong, and I'll cut through your words. Fuyu, really? That's what you want to focus on? I'm pretty sure this is Emika. Let's focus on the task at hand. Before we get into the next non-stop debate, Unagi is fucking useless. She's so useless. But I'm so endeared by her still. I like the idea of like a mathematician, mathlete, kind of chuny character who has like this like complex over being boring, kind of like Samugi, and found like solace in magical girls and became a magical girl chuny. I love the idea so much. While her being like a massive girl failure, I love that idea so much. But like Unagi, we have an hour. Non-stop debate. Hanzo, what do you mean by the poison at the scene didn't kill him? Poison? Okay, I mean that there is another poison that was used to kill him. Sorry. Benjamin, does such a thing exist? Unagi, are we just gonna gloss over the cool lines Mikoto said? Fuyu, that's not important right now. Another poison does exist, and I have the evidence to prove it. Empty appetite bottle, another poison. It was poison! Mikoto, I agree with that. Unagi, wow, another cool line. Unagi acted like an obsessed fangirl. Yeah, okay, we could have figured that from the line itself. Fuyu, Karen, Goro. Shut up, Unagi! Unagi, I'm sorry. Mikoto. Well, anyways, I found an empty appetite bottle in the trash can. Mororu, appetite bottle? Okay, that was one of the missing poison bottles from the lab. Emika, before we continue, is it possible, as convoluted as it sounds, someone dumped out all the poison from that bottle? Okay, I don't think that's possible, right, Mikoto? I feel like you could have still dumped it out. I still feel like you could have dumped it out even if the poison was a solid. A bit of a logic error there, but sure, I see where I was going with this. I feel like I could have executed this part a bit better. Why isn't it possible for the poison to be dumped? At least in the sink. I could have mentioned in the sink. You could have dumped it in, like, the trash or something. It's against the rules. The poison is a solid. Mikoto, I got it! The poison is a solid and thus can't be easily dumped in the sink, not to mention the effects of the poisons. Emika, effects you say? Please tell us what the effects are. What are the effects of the appetite poison? Vomiting, diarrhea, bleeding from all cavities of the body, blood clots, drowsiness. What are the effects of the blood spite poison? Vomiting, diarrhea, bleeding from all cavities of the body, blood coughs, and drowsiness. Okay, yeah. Mikoto, it connects! The effects that come from the appetite poison match closer to how TJ died rather than the bold spite poison. Shin, really? Emika, she's right. All the effects match up. Vomiting, diarrhea, bleeding from all cavities of the body. I'm sorry. Emika really hit Mikoto with the tell them Naegi. She fucking knew that and couldn't have just said it herself. She just said tell them Naegi. Unagi, all cavities? Monokuma, yep. Blood from your eyes, ears, mouth, nose, nipples, ass the works. Unagi, nipples too? It's just Danganronpa V3 again. Shin, does that include... Okay, and now it's Danganronpa 2. Alright. The front tail, just stealing from even the canon Danganronpas, from the fan Danganronpas, to make this derivative fucking... Monokuma, ahem, the works. Fuyu, gross. Emika, back on topic. What about tossing it in a trash can? Okay, I searched everywhere and didn't find a single trace of the poison, except in one place. Daisuke, one place? Okay, yeah, but we've got bigger fish to fry. Once again, knows who fucking did it. Fucking is hiding evidence, not even hiding evidence, just keeping the evidence away from the fucking rest of the cast and is not fucking saying the results. Knows who already did it, but doesn't just fucking cut to the chase and just say, okay, fucking this person did it and here's the evidence that we have for it. We're just letting the hour run out. Got it. Fuyu, like what? Okay, like why was there another bottle at the crime scene? Fuyu, well, the culprit obviously added it to the crime scene when we weren't looking to misdirect us. K, when? Fuyu, huh? K, when did they add it to the crime scene? Shin, that's a good point. Varai, well then I guess we have our next topic. I feel like here I could have been a bit more detailed, where it's like, when did they add it to the crime scene? Well, couldn't they have added it when we just got there? No, that's not possible, because that would mean Daisuke added it, but we got the crime scene photos, right? We got the crime scene photos, it wasn't even there, and the culprit couldn't have entered the room before we discovered the body, because as soon as like Daisuke opened the door and entered the room, Monokuma made the announcement that all the doors were unlocked, and if the culprit walked in, the Monokuma would have made like the announcement that all the doors were unlocked for the investigation and all that stuff, right? Surely. I feel like I could have had that extra part there, but yeah, it's hindsight. Non-stop debate. When did the culprit add the poison to the scene? But Goro, they must have done it before we knew he was missing, right? Mina, no, the crime scene was in TJ's room. An announcement should have gone off if they did. Okay, I did. Okay, I did. I did have the foresight. Okay, I did have the foresight for it. I thought I didn't have the foresight for it. I did have the foresight for it. Okay, sorry. But right, is it possible to do it during our investigation? Benjamin, Goro and I was watching the crime scene like hawks. That shouldn't be possible. Hanzo, and we could roll out after investigating. That wouldn't make any sense. Shin, what if they did it while we weren't looking? Daisuke, is that even possible? While we weren't looking? Crime scene photos weren't looking. Mikoto, I agree with that. Wait a sec, Emika. You might be onto something. Emika, as expected. Okay, I took photos of the crime scene before we walked to the gym. If you look at them, you can see that the bottle was clearly not there before. Karen, then Kay should have. No, Hanzo, no, I was with her. That's not possible. Karen, then when was it added? Hanzo, simple. It was added while we were walking to the gym. Fuyu, huh? By who? Alright. I was gonna say, hey, Auntie, what's up, my dude? Do that Dunary. What's up? I guess I'm technically kind of like, welcome to the stream, my dude. Do that Dunary. What's up? Um, sorry, I kind of got distracted by that. I was going to say guess who it was, but kind of kind of made it obvious here. You're fine. What's up now? Right now we're continuing off from where we left off last Saturday. I wanted to do this this stream for a while. Basically, me critiquing and roasting my old fan fiction I made in high school, and also taking critiques. I did make a rewrite when I was a freshman in college as well, like during that transition period for like the prologue part one. Kind of just trying to see how far I've come as a writer a little bit. Kind of like cringe and also find nostalgia in what I've written, and also trying to like find I guess motivation almost to start a new fan gan, that sort of thing. So yeah. Pick someone. Mikoto, Karen Togami, Goro Asuka, Benjamin McDonald, Unagi Suyano, Moeru Kokoro, Mina Wright, Barai Masa, NA, Daisuke Hato, TJ Hato. Oh, I have the X there for that. All right. Emika Junka, Fuyu Hana, Hanzo Seki, Shinyu K Mayu. I guess we also kind of get like what the trial grounds look like. How much time did you do this fanfic? It was kind of during it was 5 years ago, and it was like a weekly basis, except for the diary where up until like this point I was posting. So let's see. I think it was when COVID just hit and I started getting into drawing and made my own OCs. I'm 1, 2, 3, like a few months, not counting like the week before when I like outlined the whole thing, I guess. But I kind of this is all first draft stuff still. But to read through the whole fic, including all this down here, it's like a little under 4 hours. I kind of discontinued it because I wasn't satisfied with what came out. So, Mikoto, no doubt about it. Karin was late to the gym meeting, wasn't she? Karin, I was in the bathroom. Mina, likely story. Karin, I swear, I was only gone for like 2 minutes. I wasn't gone for too long. Okay, you were gone long enough, not to mention that you were the only one with no alibi at the time. Karin with ellipses. Mikoto, Miss Togami. You know what? I kind of like the idea of kind of repeating some stuff from like the original Danganronpa with this. I feel like it works a little bit in concept because Togami, I guess Karin, because she's like technically also a descendant of like Karin Togami. I don't like how I executed her character, kinda. She was originally like, if I were to go back into it, I kind of made her more bratty, like a more brattier Togami, like Togami if he was Kokichi Oma. Kinda. So like I like the idea of that kind of repeating of like the repeating cycle of hope and despair almost. I like the idea of that kind of like what I had here. But like I just don't like how I executed it. I say that because, like, didn't Togami also fuck with one of the dead bodies in in Danganronpa 1? Karin, ellipses. Goro, so the rich bitch did it? Karin, more ellipses. Mikoto, Karin, why are you... Karin, you got me. Mikoto, eh? Karin, you're right. I did it. I placed the poison. Mikoto, more ellipses. Daisuke, ellipses. Wait, what? Goro, I knew it. You killed TJ. Mina, no, you didn't. Karin, I said I placed the poison. Not that I killed TJ. I just did it for the fucking lulz. Goro, bullshit. Benjamin, Goro, let her. I forgot how thick I made his accent. I hate it. Another thing I hated was like Goro's accent and how I made it so thick that it's borderline impossible. Okay, sorry, we lost connection there for a second. We're back. We're good. God, why does my Wi-Fi fluctuate like this a lot? I don't know why. Sorry. It's been fluctuating since last Sunday, but it seems like it's still holding up. So let's just pray that streams keeps together. I hate how kind of like stereotypical I wrote Goro. What do you mean disconnecting again? What do you mean disconnecting again? How am I disconnecting again? What? How am I disconnecting again? I don't understand. How am I disconnecting again? It was 4 bars. I genuinely am so confused. Goro curls up into a ball of red. It's like every time I try to say how stereotypically, like how fucking over the top I made Goro, I hate as well. I could have made it a bit more subtle. Karin, I simply placed the poison to test the waters. Emika, test the waters? Do you mean you were testing everyone here? Mikoto, testing everyone, kinda similar to Byakuya once again. Karin, I just wanted to find who could find their way out of my trap. Shin, trap? Karin, yes. I wanted to see what I'm competing with. I'm not surprised with Emika and Kei finding out. I am surprised that Mikoto did too impressively. As for Hanzo, you disappoint me. Hanzo, I was just entertaining the idea for a little while. I already know who the culprit is too. Unagi, yeah, just I already know, but I'm not gonna say yet. Another one. We got 2 of them. Another one. Another one. Oh no, there's 2 of them with fucking Hanzo and Kei. Unagi, what? Hanzo, yeah, but I won't interfere until the time is right. Shin, that has to be a lie. Goro, yeah, he's bullshitting. Karin, shut up, I'm talking now. Hem. Like I said, I'll make my move when the time is right. Mina, your move? You mean, just kinda like Byakuya. Kinda like Byakuya as well. Karin, I can kill anyone here, you know. Mikoto, Karin! Barai, Mr. Gami, this isn't the time to make such jokes. Karin, that's no joke. Like I said, I can kill any of you anytime I want. Rage bait Karin, here we go. And any of you, me. We're in a situation where anyone can kill anyone else. We live in a world where the most kind and normal people can turn out to be monsters. A world of sin and shadow. Where we have all hide our true forms. A dog-eat-dog world for not only survival, but also for success. That's how a Togami like me views the world. Fuyu. So that's it. You just see us all as stepping stones. Karin, your words, not mine. Goro. Ugh, whatever. Let's just give this bitch the axe already. Karin, God, I knew you were dumb, but not this dumb. Goro, the fuck you say to me, bitch? Benjamin, calm down. Benjamin grabbed Goro's shoulder. Goro, I said don't touch me. Goro goes up into a ball of red. Karin, I told you, I didn't kill him. I believe the real culprit used the dinner party to their advantage. Right, Naegi? Tell them, Naegi. Daisuke, at the Oh no. Evidence that proves the culprit used the dinner party to their advantage. Everyone's condition. Mikoto, I got it! Are you talking about how everyone acted last night after eating? Goro, oh yeah, that was some shitty food, let me tell ya. Moeru, my food isn't that bad. Shin, dude, we all got sick from it. Moeru's face scrunched up with cringe. Mikoto, everyone, remember the effects from the appetite poison. It includes vomiting and diarrhea, which I think everyone had. The last effect only happens if it's a lethal dose. Mina, does that mean Moeru killed TJ? Moeru, what? Mirai, I guess this is our next topic of discussion. Moeru, now hold on a second. I didn't even realize that I made the cook at least seem like a killer. We entertained the idea in chapter 1, kind of similar to Danganronpa 2. There's a lot of stuff that I reused from like canon Danganronpa and other fan Danganronpas in this. Non-stop debate. Moreru, now hold on a second. Mina, are you saying that Moreru poisoned us? Moreru, I said hold on. Shin, he must have put it in when he was making the food alone. Moeru, that's not possible. Karin, Naegi, I don't want to waste my breath. Tell him why he's wrong. Tell them, Naegi! It's just tell them, Naegi, again. No, we're just doing tell them, Naegi, again. God! It really is just tell them, Naegi, again. Why don't you just do it yourself? Benjamin, Daisuke, Moeru, and TJ in the kitchen alone. Mikoto, no, that's wrong! Moeru wasn't alone in the kitchen. Benjamin, yeah, Daisuke, TJ, and I was with him the whole time. Moeru, thank you! Emika, were you all really together the whole time? Moeru, well, no, TJ left to use the restroom. Yeah, left to use the restroom, I say. Left to use the restroom. Got into an argument with his fucking cousin. Left to use the restroom. Just didn't run off to hide in the bathroom. Left to use the restroom. Got it. And Benjamin and I went to go check on... Wait a minute. We left Daisuke alone. Daisuke, ellipses. Karin, you did you? Daisuke, more ellipses. Mikoto, Daisuke, more ellipses. Mina, so he's possibly the culprit. Daisuke, more ellipses. Burai, it is possible. Daisuke, more ellipses. Mikoto, Daisuke? Daisuke, even more ellipses. It's just Shuichi. Alright. Mikoto, Daisuke, please say something. Daisuke, more ellipses. Mikoto, internally, this isn't good. At this rate, they'll vote for Daisuke, and that can't happen. I need to do something. Class trial suspended, 30 minutes remain. I like the idea of the time limit in the class trial. Like, at least we know what the time limit is. I feel like I could have used this specifically more. Alright, now we're in the Oh my god. Alright. Poison Hope! Alright, New Hope and New Despair. I could have come up with a class trial name for this. I kind of like how, like, Tetra Danganronpa Pink has, like, Trial of the, like, Sacrifice and stuff like that. Trial of the Double Feature. I like that. What would TJ's be? Trial of the Conflicted? I don't know. Maybe not really. Trial of the Poisoned. It can't be Trial of the Wilted. I'm not sure. Class trial resumed. 30 minutes remaining. Daisuke. More ellipses. Karin. Say something, you useless pervert. Wait. Useless? Unagi, your silence speaks volumes. You poisoned TJ, didn't you? Mikoto, everyone, hold on. It's not possible. I mean, why would he kill his own cousin? Burai, Miss Naegi, he may not have specifically targeted his own cousin. Mikoto, huh? Burai, what if he tried to kill someone at random? Benjamin, ain't that a little risky? Goro, yeah, he could have just killed himself like a dumbass. Burai, not exactly. Mr. Haito would know which steak was poisoned fatally and just choose another one. Wait! Poison! It was poison! Mikoto, wait! Emika, and let's look at the poison used. If you read its effects, it says it will give vomiting and diarrhea in small amounts. In larger amounts, bleeding from all cavities of the body. Fuyu, hold on. Why would he poison all the steaks? Emika, perhaps it's to make the steak look bad. Moreau, framing me for murder is one thing, but messing with my food, that's just unforgivable. That's where you draw the line? Shin, you're cool with people framing you for murder, but not when they mess with your food? Moreau, yeah, you could never want you to me, but leave my chef's pride alone. Fuyu, does that mean we could start the vote now? Mikoto, wait everyone, we can't just vote yet. Mina, Mikoto, relax. Mikoto, what? Mina, we must not get emotional. I know you two are close, but if we don't find the truth, all of us will die. Mikoto, but, right, Miss Wright is right. There is no evidence that proves he didn't do it. Actually, sorry, before we continue, Miss Wright is right. I can't believe I predicted, because I never played Phoenix Wright before writing this fanfic, that this bit would actually be a bit. K, actually says K, which is of glasses. I already know who the killer is. Mikoto, but there isn't any evidence that proves he did. Come on, Daisuke, say something. Daisuke, more ellipses. Mikoto, internally, this is bad. If he doesn't say something soon, I can't let the vote start yet. I have to do something. Anything. Non-stop debate. Fuyu, while he was alone in the kitchen, he poisoned all the steak. Guru, Gah, my chef's pride! Burai, and since Mr. Haito poisoned the steak, Mina, he knew which one was poisoned fatally. It was poison! Where are all these coming from? I'm getting so many of those right now. Sorry. I'm getting so many. I gotta move my phone. I gotta silence my phone. I'm getting so many notifications all of a sudden. I can't silence it completely though, because my food's supposed to be getting here in like an hour or so. Karin, he didn't mean to kill his cousin. His cousin was just the unlucky S-stain who ate the steak. You had no problem cussing before, Karin. Be consistent. I feel like I should have made Karin a bit more consistent as well. Benjamin, there's no need to call Daisuke's cousin a shit stain. Daisuke more ellipses. Karin, I said S stain. Jeez. Hanzo, hey Mikado, looks like Daisuke is going to be voted guilty. Are you okay with this? There has to be something I can do, but there's no evidence for that. What if Daisuke alone to Daisuke's alibi dash alone? Mikoto, I'll reveal the truth. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, it is just Kaede, huh? I am not subtle with it. What was I gonna say before that, though? I feel like okay, Inagi doesn't say anything, and I'm angry that I didn't have the bit be consistent with Inagi saying, yeah, she's probably lying because she didn't say, no, that's wrong. She said, I'll reveal the truth. That's a different voice line. That different voice clip. Wrong voice clip. Hanzo, sorry. Sorry for what, Mikoto? Mikoto, I totally forgot to tell you guys something. Karin, totally forgot. Mikoto, I forgot to tell you that when Hanzo left to check on TJ too, I kinda just moved to the kitchen to finish my tea, so he and I weren't alone. Daisuke, huh? Mikoto, don't worry, Daisuke, you don't have to say anything. Emika, you did, hmm? She skeptically placed a hand and rubbed her. What the fuck was I trying to say here? She skeptically placed a rubbed her chin. A hand on her chin and rubbed it. I don't know what the fuck I was trying to say there. Mikoto, yeah. Mirai, Miss Naegi, why did you wait until now to tell us that? Mikoto, it just didn't seem relevant until now. Once again, sorry everyone. Hanzo, Mikoto? You're not lying right now, are you? Mikoto, what? Come on, why would I lie to you guys? Smooth. Karin, yeah, she's definitely lying. Girl, why would she lie though? She'd just be fucking all of us over, including herself. Unagi, perhaps she is acting out of love? Mikoto, what? Unagi, how romantic, like Romeo and Juliet in the Titanic movie. Shin, don't all those stories end in heartbreak? Hanzo, speaking of Romeo and Juliet, to believe or not to believe, Mikoto? Karin, that is the question. Unagi, I don't think that's the right play. Hanzo, personally, since we still have 20 minutes, I still want to talk about the possibility of there being another culprit. Karin, Really? I feel like it's pretty obvious. Yeah, me too. Goro, yeah, that bowl cut cunt. Damn. Bowl cut cunt axed off his own cousin. Whew, okay, that one kind of got me a little bit. I wasn't expecting. I know I wrote it. I forgot I called fucking Daisuke bowl cut cunt once. Holy shit. Fuyu, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually agree with Karin and Goro. Karin, Miss Togami. Fuyu, whatever. Moeru, I concur. No one messes with my food and gets away with it. Emika, I can't deny the evidence that we've collected thus far that Daisuke is the most likely culprit, but Unagi, yepers. Mina, even though he's suspicious, but Hanzo is right. We still have about 20 minutes left, so I think we should continue debating with all that time, says the ultimate defense attorney. Or lawyer, I think I made them. Barai, I agree with you, Miss Wright. We should talk about the possibilities. Okay, I'm fairly confident that Daisuke isn't the culprit, so I do think we should talk more. Benjamin, 20 minutes is a good amount of time. It's a good amount to talk about other possibilities. Mikoto, so we're at 6-6. What do you think, Daisuke? Daisuke. Mikoto, Daisuke? Why isn't he saying anything? Does he... Karin, oh come on! The culprit shouldn't have the right to vote. Fuyu, speaking of which, whose side are you on, Shin? Shin, well... Mina, Shin? Shin just goes ellipses. Barai, whose side are you on, Mr. Yu? Shin, well, I'm not really that smart, so I'm gonna stay neutral for now. Just stays neutral. Just sits on the fence. Okay, liberal. Karin, really? Shin, yeah, I honestly have no idea what to think. Hanzo, I guess that means we're split down the middle then. He smirks and looks towards Monokuma. Hold on. All right, we're bringing the Sorry, we're bringing. Okay. Sorry, what was I gonna say? We're bringing the scrum debates back, which wasn't in the original Danganronpa. I feel like I wanted to do a lot of unique stuff in this fangan and bring a lot of stuff that I liked from the canon Danganronpa and fangans into it, but also kind of like try to subvert. We'll get to it when we get to the full outline, but try to subvert how this type of story would end. But I feel like with the plot itself, I kind of like work against what it is supposed to be. You'll understand when we get there. Monokuma split? Did you just say split? Shit, I love Banana Split. Nico B reference. Hanzo, that's not what he meant. Monokuma, the Despair Reformation Program is proud to present its all new, more phenomenal trial ground. Ellipses. Goro, motherfucking what? Hanzo, ooh, the trial ground's gonna morph? How exciting! He comically cheered. Okay, we all knew that you knew this would happen, Hanzo. Unagi, say that 10 times fast. Mikoto, internally, more phenomenal trial ground. No, that doesn't matter right now. Looks like I don't have a choice. I have to convince them that Daisuke is not the culprit. A panel suddenly appears in front of Monokuma as he pulls out a key and puts it in. When he turns the key, the panel of our podiums begin glowing. Suddenly, the podiums we were standing on all began floating up in the air. We ended up entering a room that split us up into two groups. Scrum debate. Should we vote now? Team Shiro? Okay, I think that's white and black, right? I think that's Team White and Black. Probably. Why do they have the white? Oh, okay, no, white is the enemy. Okay, good. Should we vote now? Team Shiro, vote for Daisuke Haito. Karin, Goro, Fuyu, Moeru, Emika, Unagi, Shin. Team Kuro, don't vote Daisuke Haito yet. Mikoto, Hanzo, Kei, Barai, Mina, Benjamin, Daisuke. Alright, Shin, guys, I just said I have no strong opinions one way or another. Daisuke, just ellipses. Fuck. I could have just skipped them, but no, I just had to include them for the bit. Unagi, you must have been the one who stole the poison on day one, Daisuke. Barai, any one of us, okay, any of us could have stolen that poison, Miss Susuyuno. Goro, come on, guys, he's so suspicious. Benjamin, Benjamin, being suspicious doesn't necessarily mean you're the culprit. Fuyu, but he's the only suspect we got. Hanzo, we could probably find more culprits if we keep debating. Emika, but the evidence doesn't support that. Kei, but we haven't talked about all the evidence now, have we? Eru, unlike Daisuke, I have an alibi. Mina, didn't Mikoto give him his alibi? Karin, didn't she lie though? But that's Kaede's lie, isn't it? I got this. Mikoto, we'll know whether or not it's a lie if we continue debating. Team Kuro, this is our answer. Our podiums began to return to their original places. Mikoto, everyone please, let's just continue debating. I know Daisuke isn't the culprit. If we vote wrong, then I won't ever forgive myself. Ellipses. Karin, oh come on, who would be dumb enough to... Shin, I'm with you, Mikoto. Karin, seriously? Emika, I'm with you too. We didn't talk about all of the evidence yet. Unagi, I want to see where this goes. Goro, great, now we're at 4-9. Way to go, team! Benjamin, don't y'all mean 4-10? Fuyu, Daisuke is still the prime suspect. He shouldn't have a right to vote. But he has no right to vote. But that still means we're outvoted now. I guess I'll deal with it. Karin, ugh, fine. But he's still the prime suspect unless someone else has evidence. Kei, actually, Emika, let's talk about the rest of the evidence we have. Maybe we can find another suspect. Kei, ahem, may I have your... Hanzo, yes, if we all work together, we can... Kei, does everyone mind shutting the fuck up? Right, was yelling like that really necessary? Hanzo, yeah, was it? Hanzo mockingly sighed. God, mockingly was spelled wrong. Okay, apparently. Mikoto, sorry about that. What were you gonna say? Okay, I was going to say where I found the trace amounts of poison. Poison! Mikoto, trace amounts? Wait, do you mean where it was crushed? Notice how she knows that it was already crushed. Okay, yes, and when I found out it painted quite the ugly picture. Girl, well, don't blue ball us now. Where was it? Okay, I found the poison in the herbs grinder stone motor bowl. Goro, a what? Okay, it's used to crush different herbs and spices. It's usually used in tea making. Shin, couldn't Daisuke have used it to crush the poison? Emika, that's not possible. We only have 2 of those. Fuyu, we only have 2, huh? Then it must be Hanzo. He wanted to get the killing game started, so he helped Mikoto make tea. Hanzo, that's not possible. Oh, that's impossible. I wasn't all alone. Mikoto would have noticed if I did that. I went with Big Mac and Morero to check on TJ in the bathroom. Fuyu, who could have... Wait, if you left Big Mac and Morero, then... Mikoto, they're all looking at me. Daisuke, wait, everyone. What about the... Mikoto, stop. Let me finish this. Daisuke, finish what? Wait! Pick someone. Mikoto Naegi. Mikoto, no doubt about it. Here we go. It's just fucking V3. Let's go. Ripping on V3 now. Just fucking all over the place with all these fucking obscure fucking references, both purposeful and not purposeful, and fucking not being at all subtle. Mikoto, eternally. So this is how it ends for me, huh? So this is how my story ends. That's disappointing. I failed. I failed to kill him. I failed to escape this place with my friends. I failed them all. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, Grandma, Daisuke, especially you, TJ. Yeah, just ending on TJ. Fucking Mom, Dad, family! Family members! Also, didn't even talk about the sister. Family members aren't even the last ones. It's these guys. Alright. I guess that makes sense. Guess that makes sense though, because like, yeah, you wronged them the most. You weren't supposed to die here. Not like that. Is that why you were silent the whole time, Dai? You were silent since the dinner party was mentioned. You knew since then, huh, Daisuke? I didn't know you for too long, but you were pretty great. Please, I want you to end this. You know you can do it, Daisuke. I believe in you. Ellipses. Daisuke internally. Uh, I'm not gonna pretend I know what you want me to do, but still. I can't believe you're the kind of person to kill someone like that in cold blood. I can't let you get away with killing my cousin, but I can't. I'm not. I, I don't. I don't have the words. I don't know what to do. But I'm sure if he were in my shoes, he would. I'll do it. I'll find the truth so that his soul can rest in peace. But I'm not the kind of person. I can't kill you. I'm sorry. Ellipses. Question marks. Ugh. I messed up. I shouldn't have listened to Kate when she told me that was where she found the poison. Now this trial's at a standstill. I guess it's up to me to fix my mistake. Beat this class trial, beat this killing game, and reunite with my sister. I could have done ellipses. Question marks. You're the only one! Mikoto is the culprit. Yeah. Before we figure out whose point of view we go to, don't worry, we'll get there first. Mikoto, ellipses, Daisuke, huh? Mikoto, wait, huh? Hanzo, wow, I'm totally surprised. Okay, so you finally calling on Emika? Question mark, question mark, question mark, Emika. Yeah. So, for this fanfic as well, I wanted to do a dual protagonist thing. So I guess this was almost subversive. I wanted to do V3 and do an and. You think it was gonna be Daisuke as the protagonist, but no, it's actually Emika. I like the idea of that, but like I feel like Emika and Makoto don't have as strong as a relationship. I say dual protagonist because Daisuke will be our daily life protagonist. Daisuke is supposed to be the emotionally in tune protagonist, like the emotions part, like emotions versus logic, as Emika is the logical protagonist, where she basically puts all the pieces together, but Daisuke is more emotionally intuitive, if that makes any sense. Two halves of a whole, if you will. Daisuke being the heart and Emika being the mind. Almost. That was the idea I wanted. I feel like that could have been executed better. Shin, wait a sec. You mean Kei was trying to get a confession from Unagi? Mikoto? Mikoto looks at her feet. Daisuke looks towards Mikoto with a look of fear and distraught on his face, sweat falling down his face. I could have just said that. He looks away and closes his eyes. Emika internally. Looks like he knew too. Burai, Miss Naegi, is this true? Mikoto, ellipses, Mina. I mean, I guess it makes some sense, but why would she do it? Karin, yeah, even I have my doubts. I sort of knew her my entire life. She isn't one to kill in cold blood. Yeah, even Karin was caught off guard by that. I guess. Kind of, I don't know, is this inconsistent characterization? Daisuke, I agree, and honestly, I think TJ would think the same thing too. He knows people better than I do. I feel like he also is down on himself a lot. I feel like he's emotionally insecure. Like he is more emotionally intuitive than he thought, but he's just not confident in it. Emika, it adds up, but one thing, not counting the motive, she would have crushed the poison into tea, but then we all would have died. Okay, she simply poisoned the tea. Poison! Then added more poison to the cup of the victims. Poison! Emika, I guess that just leaves the motive. Girl, didn't she kill that unlucky bastard just to escape? Benjamin, I highly doubt that. Ever them J I fucking God, what the fuck were you saying here, Benjamin? Even they said even then she said she would get us out of here. She said it with conviction. When she said she would get us out of here, she said it with conviction. I don't know. I really should have made this accent less thick. Maru, wait a minute. How do we know the food wasn't poisoned? Maybe we have it wrong, Emika. There should be evidence that points to the contrary, right? Evidence that proves that the steak isn't to blame. We're fucking backpedaling to this, huh? Back to the steak. Girl and Benjamin's breakfast. Emika, here it is. Big Mac? Benjamin, yeah? Emika, you and Goro ate the leftovers last night for dinner, right? For you mean for breakfast? Last night's dinner, leftovers for last night's dinner for breakfast, right? That's probably what it's meant, what I meant there. Goro, yeah? Why are you asking? K, did you happen to eat the steak as well? Goro, ellipses, Benjamin. Now that y'all mention it, we did. Unagi, you say what? Mina, why would you eat the steak? Goro, I guess we weren't really thinking. We were so messed up from last night that we didn't think about it. Moro, so my food really wasn't poison. It was the tea. Daisuke, why did you do it? Mikoto, ellipses. Daisuke, I don't deserve a whole lot, but I at least deserve your motive. Mikoto, tears begin streaming down her face. Daisuke, Mikoto, please! Emika, does it really matter? Daisuke, yes it does! Emika, what? Daisuke, Kei, you told you where you found the poison, right? So why did you choose to vote for me instead? Emika, internally, gah, he has a point. The evidence all points to her, but why would Mikoto kill anyone? Even Karin doesn't believe she would kill anyone. Why am I doubting now? Okay. This was the idea, right? So, like, even Emika emotionally didn't believe Mikoto. I feel like they could have had a closer relationship. I should have given them a closer relationship in hindsight. But why would Mikoto kill anyone? Even Karin doesn't believe she would kill anyone. Why am I doubting now? So, like, emotionally not as intuitive, or doesn't want to, like, or is easily swayed by our heart? What is this supposed to mean? Daisuke internally. There has to be. No, there is a reason that Mikoto tried to kill someone. What is it? I have to figure this out, but I'm not. Here's the evidence. Now we transition to K. K. Sorry, not to K, to Daisuke. Daisuke, you're one of the most trustworthy people here. Not to mention, but one of the few who knows Mikoto at least somewhat. Daisuke, huh? What? Okay, just trust me. When you see it, you'll understand. Oh, okay. I did the logic refresh from Super Danganronpa number 2. I like the idea of like agree points, right? Of people agreeing with you too in nonstop in like rebuttal showdowns. So going, I like that idea. Super Danganronpa number 2 kind of did that. I kind of also like how Danganronpa Antebellum Lockdown did the mock dating sim sort of thing, where we find more evidence even after the killing game, so I might use that. Logic refresh. Okay, let's look back at the dinner party. Everyone had a certain piece of place to sit because of the seating chart. Eventually, during that night, everyone's condition began because of that appetite poison. Poison! At first, we thought it was the tainted chestnut streusel crusted steak, but it was because of the tea. Seating chart. Daisuke and K. This is it! Daisuke, are you saying the seating chart is the evidence to prove it? Hanzo, are you saying she targeted TJ from the start? Mikoto, ellipses. K, no, there's one more piece of evidence that will reveal the truth. Emika, really? Mina, which is it? Evidence that reveals Mikoto's motive. Group photo. Daisuke, here's my answer. Are you talking about the group photo? Suddenly his stutter is gone. K, precisely. Unagi, why is Daisuke saying the cool lines now? What happened? Unagi, wait, hold on. Did we have a pro tag swap? Emika, oh, I see it now. Goro, see what? Emika, just look closely. Daisuke, internally, look closely? Wait a minute, I see it now! I see what you mean, but I feel like it would be better coming out of Mikoto's mouth. Mikoto, does it matter anymore? Daisuke, huh? Mikoto, my plan failed. I messed up. Just vote already. Farai, is this your confession? Mikoto, yes. Moreru, well then, let's vote. Daisuke, Mikoto, please, we still have 10 minutes. Just say why. Mikoto, please stop. Daisuke, I can't stop. Mikoto, huh? Daisuke, I won't believe you killed someone in cold blood. I revealed the whole truth. Mikoto, it doesn't matter why I did it. I killed someone. Why won't you listen? Yeah, okay, so for we're argument armament sort of thing, okay. The art is kind of supposed to be a reference of Makoto's sprite a little bit and Kyoko's glove, so like a mixture of Mikoto and Kyoko, because descendant of Mikoto and Kyoko, but like, art could have been better once again. This was like when I was just starting out with art. Argument armament, Mikoto, there's no point now. Please just stop. You have the truth already, right? Please just forget about me. Save yourselves. I killed TJ. I'm sorry for hiding it for so long. I'm sorry for being so stupid. You don't have to forgive me. It's all my fault. Stop already. Just vote already. My motive doesn't matter. Daisuke, your target was Hanzo. Okay, I need more water. Mikoto, huh? Benjamin, what do you mean? Okay, if you look at the seating chart and the group photo from the dinner party, you'll notice a discrepancy. Emika, a discrepancy, you say? What exactly is this discrepancy? Daisuke, TJ and Hanzo swapped seats. Unagi, they what? Wait, why does that matter? Daisuke, it matters because Mikoto was trying to kill the mastermind of this killing game. Hanzo Seki, it really is just fucking V3 again. Ellipses, ellipses, ellipses. Shin, for real? Karen, that actually makes some amount of sense. Mina, what do you mean? Karen, she did say that she would get us out of here no matter what. Barai, are you saying that translated into murder? Emika, that explanation is pointless. Daisuke, pointless? Emika, someone is dead and Mikoto killed them. Now she will die afterwards. Daisuke, but Hanzo, oh Daisuke, we have 5 minutes left. It's usually someone's job. Okay, someone is supposed to reveal and describe the Blacken's murder during this time. Maeru, sorry, this was a confusing sentence. What the fuck was I trying to say here? I really needed to do a second take when typing this. Maeru, now hold on a sec. Daisuke, Oh, sorry. Mikoto, I want you to end this, please. Goro, the fuck? Unagi, wait, hold on. It can't end like this. Emika, yes, we can. Let's just end this already. Mikoto. Daisuke, alright, Mikoto, I'll end this for everyone's sake. This is what I believed happened. Okay, kind of having the mangaka doing the manga part is pretty neat. I think in future trials, since Emika, okay, Daisuke would have been the daily life protagonist, Emika would have been the daily life protagonist. I probably would have said this in the outline. But I think for all this, I would have had Daisuke kind of do the climactic reenactment stuff. I really should have drawn this out as well. I should have fucking committed to the bit. Act 1. 2 days ago, the culprit K and I were investigating the various weapons and poisons that were in the Ultimate Assassin's Lab. This is when the culprit found their murder method. The appetite poison. It was poison! They might have stuffed it into their backpack while no one was looking. I should have mentioned that it's in her design, but I don't think I mentioned it necessarily. I should have probably pulled more attention to that. A poison that Kay warned us was missing a little after that. It was likely that she was planning to kill their target from day one, Hanzo. This is why she planned to have a dinner party, inviting everyone. Act 2. Yesterday, after we all made a seating chart, tried to get rid of Hanzo. Monokuma announced a 24-hour time limit. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go back. And tried to get rid of Hanzo. Monokuma announced a 24-hour time limit. Okay, this was before the seating chart. We were all outraged, but the culprit managed to convince us to invite them to our dinner party to try and drop the motive. This was going all according to the culprit's plan. Act 3. While Big Mac, Moeru, TJ, and I were working on the food in the kitchen, the culprit and Hanzo worked on tea in the dining hall. Eventually, I was left alone in the kitchen, and the culprit was left alone in the dining hall. This is when the culprit crushed the appetite poison into the tea. They only put enough in there to make sure everyone had diarrhea and made them vomit. Sure. They probably wanted Hanzo to not think there was something wrong with only his food or tea. Later on, when the culprit wasn't being watched and was setting up the drinks, did I steal this entire murder idea from fucking Danganronpa Rebirth Chapter 2, like the English version? Because the dinner party being poisoned, they were all knocked out, not necessarily poisoned. I feel like I kind of stole from that. They added a lethal amount of crushed poison. Poison! Into what was supposed to be Hanzo's cup. Act 4. At the dinner party, the culprit wanted to lighten the mood, so they asked Hanzo if he could play some music. Did he? And the culprit took a picture of everyone. Did he play music? Was that what does the music have to do with any of this? When we looked at the picture, we all noticed that what the culprit missed. TJ and Hanzo had switched seats. Hanzo probably knew that the culprit was planning and traded spots with the victim. This caused TJ to drink the lethal dose of poison. Poison! After a few minutes, we all began to feel the effects of the appetite poison. Poison! We all initially expected the food was to blame. Had it not been for Goro and Big Mac eating the food the next day for breakfast, then we would have never known that it was the tea to blame. A few hours later, the lethal dose of poison took its effects and killed TJ in the middle of the night. Act 5. The next morning, the time limit was gone, and Hanzo was nowhere to be seen. The culprit probably assumed that the mastermind was dead and we could all live in peace now. Those thoughts were shattered when Hanzo entered the room and announced someone had died. We eventually found that the victim was my cousin, TJ Hato. As we all made our way to the gym, at least everyone except Karin. Karin, hey, it's Miss Togami to you. Shin, was that necessary to add? Karin, yes. Goro, bitch, no one gives a shit. Karin, I give a s. Goro, really? I see no shit anywhere. Are you sure? And you sure as hell ain't giving any. Benjamin. Goro, Karin, why don't you let Daisuke finish? Hanzo, yeah, we only have less than a minute now. Mikoto, Daisuke, please continue. Daisuke, as we made our way to the gym, at least everyone except Miss Togami. Karin, thank you. Goro, shut up. Daisuke, ahem. This is because she stopped by the Ultimate Assassin's Lab to grab another poison. The bold spike poison. Poison! And added it to the crime scene. This was to make the case a bit more complicated, but that doesn't matter now because it has nothing to do with the true culprit behind this case. Because of all this evidence, the culprit must be you, Mikoto Naegi, the ultimate lucky student. Okay, my throat's a little sore. Sorry. Daisuke, ellipses. All right, Emika, finally, it's over. Daisuke, hey Mikoto, Miss Togami, did I miss anything? Karin, nope. You got my part just about right. Mikoto, yeah, good job. Hey Daisuke, I'm so... Monokuma, time's up! Maru, time's up? Monokuma, yep. Now is the long-awaited voting time. Alright, you bastards. You'll see the panel right in front of you. You just have to press on the name of who you think did it. Make sure you vote for someone. It'd be a shame to be punished just because you didn't vote. Alright, voting time. Mikoto Naegi, alright. Voting results. Mikoto Naegi, 14. Everyone voted her. Monokuma. Who will be chosen as a blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Suddenly, a slot machine revealed itself with the word verdict growing above it. The slot spun until it landed on the image of Mikoto Naegi. Triumphant music played and many gold coins spilled out of the device. The word guilty replaced the word verdict above the machine. So that's the truth. Class trial, all rise. Alright, now we're back to normal writing, but it's still not good. Alright. I guess this goes without saying, but you all voted correctly. The culprit of this case was none other than Mikoto Naegi. Monokuma cheered. I don't know how to feel. I look towards Mikoto. Ellipses. I'm glad, she sighs. What do you mean, I'm glad? Benjamin asked, shocked. I can't blame him. Mikoto, is this how you want it to end? You are our heart, Unagi shouted, tears streaming down her face. Your heart? Don't let me in with the rest of you fools, Karin scoffed. Karin, even you were surprised, Karin acting tsundere again. You know what, Karin? Go scoffed, annoyed. He began approaching her before Big Mac stopped him. Miss Togami, fuck you, I ain't calling you that, bitch. Don't call me everyone stop. I looked towards Mikoto. Tears began streaming down her face. Her voice cracked as she continued. Please don't fight. Mikoto, I sighed. Ellipses. Hey Kay, you knew Mikoto was the culprit from the very beginning, right? And you didn't say shit? Emika stated, ignoring the entire situation. Yes, I knew since I found that bowl. At first I thought Hanzo was possibly the culprit. However, since Moeru and Big Mac provided his alibi, it left Mikoto as my prime suspect. I thought she would confess at the very beginning when I said I knew who they were. Kay responded. Seriously? Mana sighed. How did Mr. Seiki know? Barai questioned. What are you talking about? Hanzo sighed. When Ms. Tagami was beginning to be suspected, you said, wow, I'm totally surprised. And? Oh yeah, you said that you already knew she was. Like you said that ironically. That's the word for it, right? Shin said. He did know. He knew. You knew? Mikoto asked, shocked. I guess there's no point in hiding it. Yeah, I did know Mikoto was planning a murder. What do you mean? I responded. I had Monokuma give me a heads up. He simply said keep an eye out for Mikoto. It didn't take me long to figure out her plan. What do you mean? Fuyu shouted. I mean, the dinner party, the fact that she invited me, her behavior, the fact that she had a seating chart made. Like, it's pretty fucking obvious. Honestly, to me, I kind of pieced together most of her plan. I assume she must have gotten her hands on poison at some point. Like, fuck it, she made it so obvious. Wait, if that's so, did she poison TJ at some point to create a diversion? Unagi asked. No. What do you mean, no? Fuyu retorted. If she didn't poison TJ, then I think he's talking about my talent. Mikoto responded. So TJ got a stomachache because of your luck? Karan asked. That's not really logical, Moro responded. Did I forget why he ran to the bathroom? What the fuck? Okay, but let's. Oh my god, Benjamin's talking. You want to know how I could tell Benjamin's talking? Because it's borderline unreadable. But that's the only explanation we've got. I mean, she is the ultimate lucky student for a reason, Benjamin responded. Mikoto, why would he do such a thing? I asked. Dai, please, give us an explanation. I need to hear why you did this. Okay, I tried to kill Hanzo to end this killing game. She sighed. Regular Kaede. What? Shin sighed. I mean, the killing game can't function without a mastermind, right? So if he was dead, then the killing game would end. Then we can all go home. How long were you planning this? Kay questioned. Honestly, since our first full day here. That's when I got the poison. Literally first day. Alright, how am I gonna catch a body? Let's go. Mikoto answered. So you're planning on killing him the whole time? Emika asked. Yeah, I guess, but it failed. TJ died instead. Mikoto sighed. Why would you hide it? Why not confess? Burai asked. Fucking Mikoto's entire fucking plan failed because fucking Hanzo said, fuck it, I'm just gonna take fucking TJ's seat. I'm gonna just switch seats. Let's go. And TJ's not gonna say shit. I mean, TJ didn't say shit. I guess no one really noticed something that subtle of a difference, but yeah. He just swapped seats. Swapped where he was sitting. Entire plan foiled because of that. Why would you hide it? Why not confess? Burai asked. I guess my question is similar to Miss Togami's. I wanted to make sure you guys were ready to face the future without me. The future? Face the future, might I question? Future! You guys knew her for 3 days. Except for fucking Karin, who knew her before then, and even then they weren't even friends. Future! Now it's Danganronpa 2. Once one of us die, it's only a matter of time before everyone starts doubting each other, causing more deaths to follow, Karin bluntly remarked. That is unfortunately the case, Kay whispered to herself. Damn it, how could this happen? Why TJ? Why Mikoto? You can't take them both away from me. Why is this happening to us? When Hanzo Monokuma installed that time limit motive, I knew that there was no going back. I had to stop them by any means necessary. Including murder, Mina asked. More ellipses. Oh, Mikoto, you can't stop this killing game, Hanzo stated venomously. What? Maru questioned. I mean, sure, you can kill me, but this killing game won't end. It won't end? Unagi asked. Yeah, at least not until I get what I want, he sighed. What do you want? Mikoto choked. Yeah, we know this from the free time event. Junko and Ashima. Huh? Shin questioned. The fuck you mean? Goro followed. Well, it's not like it matters to you all now. It's time for the main event. Main event? You mean... Before I could finish, Monokuma yelled, That's right, it's punishment time, Monokuma proudly announced. I won't let you, Unagi shouted. You guys knew her for 3 days. She may have killed someone, but killing her is too far, Big Mac followed. Besides, she only killed someone because of Hanzo's bullshit, Goro yelled. That's not even mentioning that Hanzo was supposed to die, Muro shouted. Mina, Barai, Shin rallied to their side. I won't let anyone else die when I'm still alive. Kei used her one good hand to grab her pistol and took aim toward Hanzo. I thought the pistol was in pieces. I guess not. Ugh, this again, Hanzo sighed. I won't let you interrupt the main event. It's like 80% of the reason anyone watches this. I won't let you get away with what you want, Shin shouted. This is not true justice, Mina joined in. I concur, Borai joined. I won't say it again. Move. A multitude of machine guns popped out of the roof and took aim toward the crowd. Should we do something, Fuyu asked. Nah, let those idiots get themselves killed. Less competition that way, Karin cheered. Fucking Fuyu and, like, Karin standing off to the side, like, yeah, I mean, I like her, but I'm not gonna die for her. Like, that's cold, but it's better odds for our survival. Did Emika even join in? Shit, I don't think Emika joined in. Holy shit. Fuck, there's like 3 women. Girl boss, gaslight, girl keep, girl boss, 3 women. Like, nah, we won't die for Mikoto. Wait, everyone, I can help, or at least I could try. Everyone, stop! Everyone turned to see Mikoto. Please stop. I'm already prepared. Mikoto, don't give up, Unagi yelled. Let us fight for you, I stated. Please, everyone, listen. If you try and fight, you'll die. I can't forgive myself if you all got hurt trying to save me. Mikoto, Muro sighed. Please, escape this place. For me, for TJ, for Bjerger. Please escape this place together. Together. Sorry. And Hanzo. And stop Hanzo. Then become friends. I think if we were all in this situation, we would be the best of friends. I highly doubt that, Karin scoffed. We all just ignored her. Mikoto, please, I sighed. I felt tears spread across my face. Tai, I'm truly sorry that I killed TJ. Now then, let's begin. Mikoto, I'm not sure if I could forgive you. I've prepared a very special punishment for the ultimate lucky student, Mikoto Naegi. That's fair. I mean, I did kill TJ. Please escape from this place, Dai. Everyone looked on in horror as Monokuma slammed his hammer on the big red button upon his throne. An 8-bit animation played depicting Monokuma dragging Mikoto off screen as Hanzo laughs maniacally. Game over! Mikoto Naegi has been found guilty. Commencing punishment. Alright. Mikoto looks around at her friends, giving a somber smile. She closes her eyes as tears roll down her face. Her smile falls. Suddenly a chain came from out one of the rooms behind her. A clamp closes around her neck. She reaches out to me, but I can only look away as the train dragged her into the room. I didn't see her face, but she was gone in an instant. Suddenly, a nearby screen turns on. The screen revealed Mikoto being dragged away into a classroom. In that classroom, there were 14 mannequins and seats in the desk around her, staring at her. A 15th mannequin can be seen in the corner of the room, lying in the same way TJ did when we found them. Suddenly, more clamps shot from the sky, attaching themselves to various appendages of Mikoto. That's when we noticed just that above the classroom was a giant Monokuma dressed like Junko Enoshima, with strings attached to his hands. With those strings, he was able to control Mikoto. Suddenly, a revolver appeared in front of Mikoto. Monokuma forced Mikoto to grab the revolver and point it toward her head. She pulls the trigger. The Curse of Luck. I think I made art for this, but I think the art got taken down. The Curse of Luck. Ultimate Lucky Student. Mikoto Naegi's execution. Executed. Click. The chamber was empty. Monokuma forced Mikoto to fire the gun again and again. Again, and click. And again, click. And again, click. Click. Tears and sweat can clearly be seen in Mikoto's face. Her eyes close as she pulls the trigger one last time. Click. The gun jammed. She breathes a sigh of relief. However, Monokuma forces Mikoto to clap. Suddenly, the walls of the classroom begin to close. Mikoto begins to panic. She attempts to climb the wall, but suddenly, Monokuma swiftly moves the strings attached to her hands. With that motion, all the bones in her limbs and fingers were quickly shattered with sickening cracks. Her body contorted in ways that shouldn't be possible. She screams in agony and no longer can move. The walls continue to close, giving Mikoto less and less space to move. She begins to hyperventilate. The walls continue to close until they suddenly stop. Mikoto has no more room to move. The giant Monokuma grows angry and just destroys the classroom with Mikoto in it. The camera lowers to the rubble, where we could see Mikoto underneath it, struggling to breathe. She tries to move but can't. The life in her eyes begins to slowly fade. The giant Monokuma places one foot on the rubble and raises a sign that says "Victory" over his head. The screen cuts off. I felt the separation between me and my body. I was drowned in the sinking feeling. Fear, dread, despair? It was different from when I saw TJ's corpse. I just saw someone die. A friend, not just their corpse. I saw the exact moment Mikoto died. TJ, Mikoto. Suddenly everything went dark. Okay, before we continue, because this is kind of like a director's like background cut sort of stream, I guess, for fan fiction. So the curse of luck. Okay, so Mikoto as a character, we're gonna see it when we do her redesign. I think I talk about it, graze over it a little bit. Mikoto kind of falls under the shadow of Makoto Naegi, being also an Ultimate Lucky student and being from like Naegi, and like Makoto Naegi is well known for being the ultimate hope, that sort of thing. So kind of like having that massive shadow above her, kind of like that like Makoto Naegi left behind that she has to like live up to. Also, Monokuma, I probably should have had Monokuma dressed up as Makoto Naegi instead of Junko Enoshima, but Junko Enoshima kind of being a symbol for despair there. And the revolver that appeared in front of Makoto is actually the weapon. Fun fact about this, it was actually her welcoming gift weapon that she had. And the luck was supposed to like basically prolong her death. From like the gun getting jammed to the walls of the classroom being slowly closing until she couldn't move, but it didn't crush her. And then Monokuma growing angry and just destroys the classroom with Makoto in it, but like still being alive in the rubble, but she just suffocates to death due to the weight of the rubble. And that's how she died. Just her own luck kind of prolonging her own death. Alright, part 6, another Protog swap. Emika's POV. Daisuke fell to the ground with a resounding thud. He looked unconscious. Woo! Extreme! Monokuma shouted eccentrically. That was quite the event, Hanzo shouted. Wow, I knew executions in this game were cruel and unusual, but this? Karan seemed to be in shock. This is fucked up! Goro screamed, his face seething with rage. Unagi hid in the corner of the room and vomited. Ah, gross, Monokuma sighed. Must not cry, must not cry. Shin sighed to himself, his eyes closed. Calm down, Mr. Yu. Barai rubbed Shin's back, trying to calm him down. Mana glared at Hanzo and cringed. She closed her eyes and looked away. Damn it, this is bullshit. This is all bullshit. Why is this happening? Fuyu choked shakingly. She tried to stare down Hanzo, but could only look toward the ground. I have my reasons, Hanzo smirked. Pooh. If you don't like it, all you have to do is swear to cut all ties with the outside world and accept living here forever. Monokuma laughed maliciously. His single red eye drilled the reality of the situation into us. The fuck? The fuck? You dragging us all into your evil bullshit? Goro questioned. He tried to charge at Monokuma and Hanzo, but Benjamin stopped him. Goro, calm down. Benjamin held Goro back. Evil? I'm evil? If you think I'm bad, you should have seen what Junko Enoshima was like. Okay. Hanzo laughed maniacally. Junko, I tried to get more information out of him. Is that what this is all about? Bringing Junko back? Kei glared at him. Everyone fell silent. Hanzo glared back. Well, I think it's time for us to take our leave, Monokuma sighed. After this, I think help might come soon, Mauro sighed. Why is that? Hanzo questioned. I mean, now that some people are dead, the outside The people outside must be freaking out now, Maru continued. Hanzo laughed. What's so funny? I questioned. You guys think the outside world is watching this right now? Oh god, sorry. You guys think the outside world is watching this right now, don't you? Alright, this is also a pretty interesting subversion as well. Because like Danganronpa 1, 2, V3, there's always an outside audience, right? Here there is no outside audience. I find that interesting. I thought that was an interesting idea I had, an interesting subversion, but like eh, I still don't. I feel like I don't know. Am I gonna reuse that idea? I feel like Tetra Danganronpa Pink does it pretty decently as well, but like I don't know if Tetra Danganronpa has an outside audience. I mean, it's kind of us because we ask them questions in the student spotlights and stuff, but like it's not really. It's not really. We don't know if that's really canon though. To like it's canon that it happens, but it's not canon to like if it's us or it's an outside audience. We don't know yet. I don't know what the fuck Hasegawa saw. Maybe it is. D- don't tell me. Unagi's face contorted with fear. I've been kidnapping ultimates for years now. You really think I could keep this operation going if I showed this to the outside world? Do you think I could keep these killing games going? That shocked me. Games? As in more than one? I questioned them. Just then, a smokescreen filled the room. What? That son of a bitch is making his escape! Answer my question! The smoke disappeared, and with it, Monokuma and Hanzo. Ugh! Fuyu drilled her hands into her hair. He got away, Kei sighed. Everyone froze and looked at each other. That's when we realized that Karin was missing as well. We heard the ding of an elevator. We looked toward it to see Karin inside the elevator. The doors closed and the elevator began to go up. She's like, all right, well, I saw the opportunity. She did plant evidence. It probably wouldn't be good for her if she just stuck around, but damn, she just bolted. Shit! Goro yelled as he ran toward the elevator. He rapidly smashed the button to try to call it back down in vain. That's not going to bring her back down, Fuyu shouted, pitching the bridge of her nose in frustration. Goro didn't listen. Benjamin walked toward them and tried to calm him down. That's enough. Oh, sorry, that's enough. Benjamin put it. I think it's supposed to be put a hand on his shoulder. Goro looked down and sighed heavily. Shit. Don't worry, I'll make sure that no one takes any of the supplies in the assassin's lab. Kay tried to calm us down. That's not the issue. Karin messed with the crime scene. She threw off the entire investigation. She planted one piece of evidence. There was a lot of other people throwing off the fucking investigation. Maru choked. I agree with Mr. Kokoro. She mustn't go unpunished for this. At the very least, someone. Oh, sorry. At the very least, someone should keep an eye on her, Barai sighed. I don't think one person should have that job. We need multiple people keeping an eye on both her and Hanzo, I added. Maybe we should all have a hand in that, Mina followed. More lipsies. So what now? Unagi questioned the group. We all looked around at each other's faces. My mom, my grandma, they don't know where I am. Shin held himself. Please calm down, Mr. Yu. I'm sure help will arrive soon, Barai responded, trying to calm him down. For now, I think it is best that you all rest, Kay sighed. What about you? I questioned. I'll check the lab and guard it. On your own? Benjamin sighed. Ellipses. I'll guard it with her, I added. I'll carry Daisuke back to his room. After all this, I think he needs a break. Benjamin choked. He walked up over to Daisuke and began carrying him in a piggyback. I'll go with you. Hopefully they didn't pull anything. Girl sighed. The elevator doors open. Up and one by one we entered the elevator. The ride up was silent and the atmosphere still weighed heavily on us all. I could only imagine how Daisuke feels. If I lost my sister, I'd probably lose it. Eventually we reached the top floor. Only one thing was said. Make sure Daisuke knows that we'll still hold a meeting tomorrow morning. But Unagi choked. We'll leave a note, Goro responded. Everyone began leaving toward the dorms. Apart from me and Kay, we both left toward the Ultimate Assassin's lab. We got there. We searched every nook and cranny of the lab to see if anything was missing. When we finished searching, we left the lab and guarded it from the outside. Nothing seems to be missing, Kay sighed, rubbing her eyes. We should establish a guarding schedule with the others. Not sleeping like this is going to take a toll on us, make us easy targets, I responded. Kay looked toward me. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she didn't. She suddenly grabbed her stump. You okay? I- I'll live. It's so surreal. I never thought you would be in the killing game. How did they even capture you? I didn't mean that. I can still feel my fingers. Phantom limb syndrome. I never met anyone who had it before, but I have heard of it. Okay, it's now it's Zero Escape. I didn't even play Zero Escape before writing this, by the way. I didn't play it yet. God, Phantom mouth syndrome. Ellipses. Do you have anyone waiting for you outside? Kay asked. I turned to her and we made eye contact. Yuri? I closed my eyes for a moment and sighed. My twin sister. She's important to me. She's all I have. Good. It's good to have someone to care. It's good to have someone to care for someone. It's good to have someone to care for. I think I was saying there. As long as it's not obsessive. If it is, I knew what she meant by that. I have enough self-respect to not kill anyone. My sister may never forgive me if I did. How about you? No. Ellipses, ellipses. I guess the ultimate assassin would distance herself from others. That's not it. She broke eye contact when she said that. I tried to press her for more information, but it was like talking to a brick wall after that. I gave up and guarded the lab for the rest of the night. Okay, 4:48 right now is when my food's gonna get here, so we're gonna just keep going. Question mark, question mark, question marks, POV. Through the vent I hid in, I saw the small girl get crushed by the walls of the classroom. She struggled beneath its weight before finally passing. Monokuma stood over her, the rubble in triumph. Damn it! I whispered to myself as I continued to crawl. What kind of situation I find myself under? How the hell do I get out of here? This ventilation system is like a maze. It's just like a maze. At least that girl in black took up my alias. I should be fine for now. However, I'm more worried about Hanzo Seki. What if I threaten him? No, he has this entire facility under his control. What if I kill him? No, that Monokuma unit seems to work independently from him. I'm sure he would just take over just fine without him. I tried searching this whole place and I couldn't find a control room with another person in it. The 16 of us is all there is here. I eventually returned to the archive. This place had no camera, so I decided to make this place my base of operations for now. I sighed. I may not know a whole lot about this place, but I do know there's a traitor among us. Sorry. I know it's not me. I know it's not any of the guys either. I heard that Hanzo guy talking to one of the girls that night, but who was it? Eventually, I decided to sleep. I'll try to escape this place again in the morning. I'm so tired of this place. Chapter 1 Deadly Life End. Remaining students 14. So yeah, if you guys can't tell, well, we're gonna see it in the outline, in the my apology. I'm sorry. I want to apologize. Okay, yeah. Basically, I can't. This is a canceled fan fiction, by the way. So we're just gonna look at the outline for the rest of the fan fiction I had here and ignore this comment because this is fucking this guy was a fucking in my other fan fiction my Yu-Gi-Oh one. I made Ruby Rose lose, and they were a massive Ruby fan, and I guess they just fucking hate me. Damn. So we're just gonna ignore that comment. I'm sorry. I want to apologize to the people reading this fanfiction, which is probably very few to none, but regret to inform you that this fanfiction is not going to be completed. I lost all motivation to see this through to its completion, especially since very few people at the time was actually reading this. Uh, a little bit. The sad part is I actually put quite a bit of work into this story, and I feel like it's not good enough to continue. I feel I will give everyone a conclusion by summarizing what will happen in the characters in this and future chapters. Alright, Chapter 2 Hello Stranger, Goodbye Friend. Summary Victim Kei Mayu. Murderer Maeru Kokoro. Motive video and FaceTime call with a loved one. Summary Shin basically comes up with an idea to hold a funeral service for TJ and Mikoto. Okay, I like that idea. They do that to give closure to Daisuke. In the middle of his speech, Monokuma and Hanzo interrupt to announce that a new area of the facility has opened. These places include weight exercise room, changing room. Oh Jesus Christ, sorry. That gave me a heart attack. Thank you for the follow. B Brooklyn Blade. What's up? What's up? What's up? Kind of exploring my old fan fiction that I canceled, and we're going through the outline that I had right now. Oh God, you gave me a fucking mini heart attack, my guy. Okay, these places include weight exercise room, changing room, ultimate skater lab, which was locked, ultimate question mark lab, locked, but can be unlocked with the hints spread throughout the facility. You must enter a 4-digit code, failing results in death. Ultimate gourmet lab connects to the kitchen. And also that's where the elevator is. That's what the elevator would have connected to. Library and archive, where the next hint for must you owe. A new character is introduced, Karai Kage, the real ultimate assassin. Everyone is now suspicious of him and Kei because one is an assassin as well as remain hidden. 16th student shows up in chapter 2, and the other lied about being the ultimate assassin is refusing to tell everyone their true talent. Karai tries to attack Hanzo, but fails and is almost killed if it wasn't for Unagi. Unagi's wounds get treated, and Karai promises to protect her due to her near sacrifice. So yeah, that's what everyone wants to see, a straight couple. The ultimate mathematician and the ultimate fucking assassin. Well, not really ship tease. It's not shipping. It's ship tease almost. Kind of like Karai feels like he owes a debt to her, basically. Eventually, Goro and Ben visit Daisuke and invite him to work out with them. Okay, this is just fucking V3 now. It just combines 1 and V3 and hints of 2, and then some other fangans. Daisuke joins them and now hangs out with them, Karai, Unagi, and Shin. This will be important later. Okay, Ben wants everyone to band together and make everyone's bond stronger. Karai is a bit distant at first, but decides to open up to earn everyone's trust for now. Goro wanted to have Ben to himself, but decides to open up as well. Shin joined because Mina and Barai were busy. Unagi joined because she wanted Karai to earn everyone's trust. What do you mean by open up? I feel like that's probably going to be in their character sheets a little bit. I hope it is. The next day comes and the motive is introduced. Daisuke found the motive video and watched it. He sees a video of his brother and his cousins, old friends, before an error message pops up. Everyone groups together. Everyone is panicking, and Goro as well as Karai try to attack Hanzo if it wasn't for the others holding them back. Hanzo reveals that there is multiple other killing games going on. Daisuke, okay, yeah, multiple killing games going on at the same time is also a pretty interesting concept, but like I feel like how I executed it is pretty fucking bad. Trust me, it all mainly ties back. I mean, there's multiple issues in this fan fiction, but the main issue that I came to was the Hanzo's motive for being the mastermind. You will understand in a second. Daisuke comes to a conclusion that someone he cares about is in one of those killing games, but he can't reach them and talk to them. Daisuke mentions his error message, and Moeru confesses that he has the same problem. This is foreshadowing. Fuyu offers... Well, this is kind of subtle hinting. Just wait, this is subtle hinting. Fuyu offers to fix Daisuke's motive video after she fixes Moeru. Okay, a trait that Fuyu has is that she's also a bit of a tinkerer, by the way, despite being the ultimate hypnotist. But she works with clockwork usually, so it's like, I don't know. Maybe electro clockwork. So yeah, I feel like that's a trait she could have had. I kind of wanted to play with the idea of ultimates having like talents outside of their talent, you know, or like hobbies outside of their talent. You play any game, kinda. Go if you want to like recommend a game, go ahead. I can't guarantee that I'm going to play it, but like I can at least consider it. I'm gonna add it to the list. I have a pretty long list. Sorry, I had you on there. It is revealed that Fuyu is actually quite a tinkerer, and Shin jokes she should be called the ultimate tinkerer instead. Attempting to lighten the mood and gets scolded by Fuyu, but Mina and Barai defends him. At night, Fuyu joins their training and states she finished fixing Moeru's motive at lunchtime. During this time, a hypnotized Moeru kills Kei with ice mold weapons, which is his secret weapon. He has an alibi. You play Marvel? Oh, you mean Marvel Rivals? That's on my wish list. I haven't played it yet. I will play it eventually. It's on my. I know it's free to play. Should probably play Marvel Rivals. I had the stream idea in the fucking back burner for a while, but just more shit just keeps popping up before I could play it. I was planning on doing a. I'm still planning on doing at least a one shot for Marvel Rivals stream, at the very least a one shot like I did with Overwatch 2. He has an alibi with Hanzo, who lied about what happened. When the body is discovered, Daisuke is unable to investigate, and Emika takes over, so Protac swapped to Emika. Disappointed that she left to the bathroom instead of staying with Kei, especially since she was about to get Kei to confess her talent. Eventually, Moeru gets found out, and it is discovered that Fuyu used her secret weapon, a hypnotism chip, to cause him. Okay, hypnotism chip. Yeah, just a hypnotism chip, a fucking chip filled with hypnotism, like one of those fucking computer chips with a hypnotism video, I guess. Sure, why not? To cause him to murder, which I mean, I guess she is a tinkerer. And she did tinker with the fucking motive video, so yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's found out that she betrayed the group and worked with Hanzo for her own protection. Because of their deal, Moeru is executed and she survives. By technicality, Moeru technically killed someone because it was his body. He was just hypnotized to kill someone else. But I feel like Fuyu, because she used her secret weapon, which was like hypnotizing Moeru to kill someone, it probably should have been her, and she would have made the argument and like pleaded her case to Hanzo, which basically gets Moeru executed instead. So Moeru dies in spite of like Hanzo being the one. I mean, not Hanzo. Fucking Fuyu kind of being the one making him kill. Moeru's execution, the Nightmare Kitchen from Hell, reference to Hell's Kitchen and Kitchen Nightmares because Moeru is a fucking walking Gordon Ramsay reference. I'm sure Marvel Rivals is a good game, but I just never got around to playing it because I wanted to stream it and stream my reaction to it. But it just keeps getting put on the back burner because lots of other shit happens, you know? Moeru is on a set in a cooking show. He is forced to cook various foods. The first dish included his tears, but it escalated to the point to where he is forced to cut off a finger, a leg, and eventually his whole body into his dishes. Once again, kind of a reference to like, I mean, I guess like him putting, because he's like a gourmet chef, him putting all of himself into the dishes quite literally, and also kind of a reference to that lazy Rampa execution for chapter 3. So yeah. Hanzo hoped that this would make. Oh, whoops, sorry. Yeah, Hanzo hoped that this would make everyone turn against each other and teases the possibility of there being more than one traitor. Fuyu states she's the only one, but no one believes her. Everyone returns to their room and rest. Chapter 3, To Trust or Not to Trust. Summary. Chapter title could have been workshopped a bit more. Victim 1, Hanzo Seki. Murderer 1, Fuyu Hana. Victim 2, Fuyu Hana. Murderer 2, Benjamin McDonald. Motive, $50 million. They held a funeral service for Moeru and Kei. The only people who didn't show up are Hanzo and Fuyu. Fuyu was banned. I mean, considering she betrayed them, yeah, fair enough. Although Hanzo shows up later to announce the opening of a new floor, this floor holds a nurse's office, a game room, probably a rec room, the ultimate streamer's lab, ultimate hypnotist lab, and the art room. It holds the next hint, never pee. There's definitely going to be an appropriate joke with that if we actually got to this chapter. Emika decides to make groups to guard the Ultimate Assassin's Lab. Kurai Unagi, Goro Ben, Barai Mana, Shin Daisuke, Karin Emika. Emika is reluctant but decides to because they didn't really have much of a choice. really have a choice? They didn't really have much of a choice. Whatever. She doesn't really trust anyone. At nighttime, everyone but Emika, Fuyu, Karin, and Hanzo show up to their exercise. Karin and Hanzo meet up, and Karin tries to buy her way out, but instead pays for some supplies like red paint, a remote bomb to be added to someone's body. Oop. Where? And a hydraulic press room to be added in the next floor. The next day, Unagi complains about body aches as the next motive is announced to be $50 million. At night, Fuyu shows up and boldly states, okay, how the fuck does Unagi not notice that she has surgery to put the bomb in her? How the fuck did she not notice? Who states that she will remedy the situation, especially when she fucking exercises. Because I feel like if she exercises with the group, maybe she was just sitting on the side. But if she exercised with the group, the fucking stitches would come undone. How does she not know? At night, I didn't think this one through. Okay, at night, Fuyu shows up and boldly states that she will remedy the situation and end the killing game. The next morning, Hanzo states that he and Fuyu are going to meet up later, so if he ends up dead, they know who to blame. He leaves He leaves and Ben gives her an apple. Goro, Daisuke, and Ben, and surprisingly Emika meet up in the game room and have fun. That is until a sickly-looking Fuyu, without her coat, runs in screaming for help. Before they can react, a masked figure enters the room and stabs Fuyu on the shoulder. Okay, this kind of is a reference to fucking original Danganronpa with a fucking masked figure again. Robo Justice! The fucking bastard did it again! Okay. The masked figure escapes and Goro gives chase. Fuyu coughs up blood and dies. Goro returns and the body discovery announcement plays. During the investigation, Hanzo is found dead in the Ultimate Hypnotist lab, and another body discovery announcement plays. An AI Hanzo appears on the screen nearby, meaning he isn't truly dead. Eventually, they discover that Fuyu killed Hanzo as Shin was the masked figure. Yeah, after more debating, they come to the conclusion that Ben used Bolt Spite poison. It was poison! To poison his apple that he gave to Fuyu. Okay, kind of like Cinderella. I probably should have given Fuyu a Cinderella motif. Ah well. Their true motives boil down to Fuyu trying to end the killing game but failing, Shin trying to return to his sick mother, discovered that his grandmother was in another killing game, and Ben, really, the grandmother, it wasn't even a high schooler. I just kind of picked random people for other killing games. And Ben's family farm is failing without him. And his sister, who is in another killing game. Ben's execution. I hope I despair I die, which is a reference to a country song that I cannot remember right now. Has a Monokuma forcing him to play guitar in front of an audience with them booing at him. His fingers begin to bleed from the speed of the guitar playing. Monokuma pulls his puppet strings on Ben, and Ben, with all his might, ripping Ben's arms off. I think this is a reference to Total Drama Rumpa with what was his name's execution? The ultimate guitarist. I forgot his name. It's not Cody. What was his name? I haven't seen Total Drama or Total Drama Rumpa in a long time, so I don't remember his name. Was I trying to go for like a reference to like Mikoto's execution in everyone's no, that can't be the case. Only this one, I guess. Yeah, I should have kept that consistent. Ben falls on his knees and dies via blood loss. After the trial, Mina and Barai try to comfort Shin and try to tell him that he shouldn't kill anyone to escape because they are sure that his family wouldn't want that. No one showed up to work out with Daisuke. Not even Goro, who was distraught with Ben's betrayal, his boyfriend, and demise, especially since all the planning for the murder happened right in front of him. As he was about to leave, Emika shows up and decides to work out with him, and then they became friends, besties. They became a couple of besties. The chapter ends with Karin using Unagi's life as leverage against Kurai to try and get him to work with her. Chapter 4, The Mastermind versus the Grand Master. Summary. Victim 1, question mark, Murderer 1, question mark, Karin Togami and Kurai Kage. Victim 2, Murderer 2, Monorite. Okay, fun fact about this. I kind of was in between killing off Shin as like chapter 4 suicide victim, kind of like original Danganronpa. I was stuck between Mina right and Shin. I guess I settled on Mina right eventually though. But yeah, just trying to do like the right thing for everyone, I guess. Motive: flooded floors. The chapter is more or less written. All you need to know is that Hanzo eventually reveals how Karin betrayed them, and everyone's hostile towards her like they were with Fuyu. The motive is introduced, and everyone has to go up floor by floor as the floors get flooded. How the murders happen is that Mina. It's just the fucking time limit motive again. How the murders happen is that Mina sacrificed herself in order to save everyone, as Karan Tagami and Karai Kage, as per the fucking diaries, escape from the facility using EMP bombs. Mina leaves a note telling Shin to protect Burai. They get their last hint: give up E. They learn that the pin to the ultimate slab was 4673. What must you never give up? Hope. They learned that Kay's true talent was the ultimate spy, and she was part of the Future Foundation, and that they were responsible for protecting ultimates. Bang up job they're doing. They gain access to a laptop that allows them to contact people from of another killing game. This is when we get to meet some of the other characters who are related to the people of this killing game, whether that be romantically, friendly, or family. Is that the right word? Ultimate Farmer, who is linked to Benjamin. Former Ultimate Seamstress, which is linked to you. Ultimate Mixologist, which is linked to Junka. I think I changed this one to Ultimate Waitress or Maid or something. Ultimate Astronaut, which is tied to Naegi, twin sister, once again. Ultimate Voice Actress, which is tied to TJ Haito. And then Ultimate Detective, which is linked to Mayu. There is no execution this chapter, which is subverting the tropes of there always having to be an execution every chapter. Chapter 5, Reunited at Last. Okay, I gotta use the restroom real quick, and I gotta go grab food. I'm gonna play music in the background, but I'm gonna go on break real quick. Be right back. Okay, before I leave, go ahead and stretch. Go ahead, use the restroom. Be right back in like 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll continue this. Sorry that this is sudden. Be right back. Sorry about that. I forgot I reset my laptop, so the display audio also reset. So for half that break, you guys didn't even get any music, so I'm sorry. The music's by Thorn, by the way, the fan-made OST for Touch of Danganronpa Pink. I'm so sorry that I forgot to connect the window. Anyways, let's continue. Also, before you see me picking at two separate plates, just know that one of them had my salad in it. They had to put my food in two separate plates, alright? I got a low carb thing, alright? So it's salad, eggs, chicken, beef, and kalbi. It's Hawaiian, okay? Chapter 5 Reunited at Last. Summary Victim Barai Masa. Murderer Emeka Junka. Motive 1 Secret weapon swap. Weapons between the killing games are swapped. Motive 2 They can escape with someone in either this killing game or the other one they have contact with. In this chapter, everyone starts working together to try and find the truth behind the killing game, but when the motive is introduced, Emeka betrays everyone. She steals Goro's secret weapon, a voice recorder, which is a reference to the voice actress character who TJ was dating, and uses it to kill Barai. She then frames Goro for the crime and leads everyone to the wrong answer. Which would have been very interesting to see, actually. Fucking playing as the culprit and knowing you're the culprit. Everyone gets it wrong and is nearly executed. Basically, it's Super Danganronpa number 2. Unagi is forced into a math game where every time numbers collide, they explode. Yeah, I feel like Ava's math lead execution was more fitting. But yeah, I feel like this was a reference to that one math game I can't remember. Shin is live streaming when someone on stream doxes him, frames him for a crime, and he has to run from the cops. Goro has to run from and escape from rabid dogs while as he's being shot at. We'll get to that in this character sheet, why he hates dogs so much. Daisuke nearly dies when struck between a stereotypical shonen manga fight. Basically, it's just fucking what Hifumi's execution was. Hanzo tells Emika that her sister is already dead and she breaks. The execution stops and Hanzo tells everyone they're free to go. The execution is named The Final Death of Hope. Alright? Before we continue, I want to take another bite of my food real quick. Do you eat the egg whole? Do you just inhale the egg whole? Chapter 6 Ultimate Pain, Ultimate Suffering, Ultimate Despair, Ultimate Execution, Ultimate Death Summary. Okay, this one is just Chapter 6 from DR1. The surviving cast decides to stay and try to save Emika. Goro didn't really want to, but Daisuke, Shin, and Unagi convinced them. During the trial, a broken Emika is forced to watch some sort of video. They discovered that Hanzo Seki was actually Kodai Seki, a Kodai Seki AI that was put into the body of the Sekis. He created it's all. Sorry, that made me laugh. All right, you know, we're about to get into it. He recreated the Killing Games to try and recreate Junko Enoshima. He wanted to recreate Junko Enoshima because he wanted to kill her himself. Yep. Uh huh. That was the motive. That was the main thing that main reason why I didn't want to write the rest of this. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of this and it sounds like a lot of shit just happens. I feel like when I was starting to write this as a high schooler, I wanted to do a Danganronpa that had all my favorite shit in it, while also kind of subverting the hope wins trope. You'll see in a second. While also, kind of recreating the first Danganronpa. But I feel like that last third fucking goal I made didn't really work because it isn't one to one with DR1 at all. He recreated the Killing Games to try and recreate Junko Nishima. He wanted to recreate Junko Nishima because he wanted to kill her himself. The entire Seki family fell, and if it wasn't for his AI, he would be dead. The video Emika was watching was actually the original Despair video. Emika returns as Junko Nishima the third because Monica was technically the second. Yeah, she uses a secret code that allows her to take over Monokuma and destroys the AI Seki. Wow, that backfires. You know what? This is also like Danganronpa another actually, with Despair kind of technically winning. The cast tries to bring her back to her senses but fails. We look from Emika Junko's perspective, where she makes the cast fall into despair and uses the video on them. She tells Daisuke that no one loves him since he lost his only friends and family who cared about him. You no bitches. No bitches. She tells the same to Unagi and uses Karai abandoning her as evidence of that. She tells Goro that he broke his promise to Ben because his sister was executed in the other killing game. She shows him her execution as evidence. She tells Shin that his mother has already died and that he will never be able to say goodbye to her. The new Ultimate Despair leave, and decide to wait in hiding before they attack. To their delight, Hope's Peak opens back up and now they're allowed to go back because Seki is gone. Okay, now the diary summary. Before we get into that, though, I'm gonna take another bite of my food. The diary summary. The diaries are told from the perspective of Karin Togami after she escaped from the facility and how she helped find the others and end the killing game from the outside. I'm assuming Future Foundation. Also, this killing game technically has more survivors than DR1 with 7 survivors, but Despair 1, so, you know. In the second to last, she sees Unagi kill Karai and is suspicious of her and the others. 6. I say that there was 7 survivors technically, and then fucking Unagi kills Karai. 6. You left 7 witnesses. Bang. 6. In the last, she realizes what is happening, but it was too late. The second tragedy begins, and a project akin to that of the Gopher Project begins from V3 begins. Yeah, it's sequel bait, sequel teasing. She's chosen alongside few of the others, who may include some survivors from the other killing games, like the ultimate astronaut Naegi, sorry, and the ultimate mixologist Junka's twin with a different last name. Kind of like Mukuro Ikusaba and Junka Nishima. Okay, sorry. I need to fucking explain why I started laughing. It's kind of like the sequel to like Escape Room mixed with like Squid Game. I played these games before. Just so you know, Karin would have died off fucking immediately. I played these games before, and also the Ultimate Despair outside of Junko Nishima. Basically act as mono cubs. So yeah, that would have been annoying. I think here is when I started redesigning my characters and kind of rewriting them. So before we get into that, once again, I'm just gonna keep it short and brief. I kind of stopped writing this for 2 reasons. One, wasn't really getting a lot of attention, but that wasn't really my main reason. I kind of looked back at what I had written, thought it was a bit messy, looked in the future, and also thought it was a bit messy. There was a lot of good ideas here, but I feel like the execution of them are awful. Like, once again, this is a very self-indulgent fan-gan a little bit, where I wanted to create 16 OCs. I had way more fucking OCs, man. I have OCs for days. We're about to get into them if we have time. Whoops. I have a lot of OCs, man. Sorry. where wanted to make my own fangan, just like as like for fun, you know. But I just also kind of wanted it to be something good, but like as I was writing it, outlining it, looking back at my outlines and all that, I realized that it was kind of a mess. Like I like the idea of like someone from the future like trying to recreate Junko and Ashima in some way and have despair win, but I feel like the mastermind behind it and his reason for doing so is so fucking petty and stupid that it just kind of loops back to being funny. Like it's a parody of Danganronpa, it feels like almost. Um but even that doesn't really work because I also took stuff from like other fangans, such as like, you know, the labs, or I say fangans, from V3, such as the labs, and like the unique weapons is also different from the original Danganronpa. If you wanted to recreate Junko and Nishima but with the killing game, you would fucking copy like the motives and like the modus operandi, no. The entire environment instead of having like these variations, right? But yeah, like once again, there's a lot of good ideas here, but like I feel like I could have executed them much better. I wrote this as soon as I finished V3 and was starting to get into the fangans, by the way. So yeah, I think this was like back in high school, senior year of high school, I think, roughly when COVID hit, and this was just one of my hobbies outside of learning how to draw, which is why my art always looked very, very rough. Eventually, I did do a challenge. Before we continue it, I did do a little bit of a challenge for myself to redesign and rewrite a little bit of the characters. I think there's some of the information on here on the Wattpad. But before we continue, I'm gonna take another bite of my food. Once again, I'm kind of doing this self-indulgently, trying to like get critiques, especially for when we get to the actual rewritten prologue. I want to get some critiques and also some advice so I can write better, write it a bit better, but I also want to like kind of just explore the nostalgia and see if I had any good ideas here, like that sort of thing. So yeah, let's see. Hey everyone, I know I did cancel this project, but I just feel like I posted my redesigns of these characters here. I already posted them on my Danganronpa Amino back in December. This one was specifically made on the 14th. I do think I finished it a few days earlier, but posted it later. But I'm not sure because I can't remember the specifics. Just consider this the repost. I'm not gonna put most of the original designs because you can already find them in the fan fiction in the previous chapters. Anyways, with that out of the way, here's the redesign. So here's Mikoto Naegi when I had a little bit more experience with drawing. Not that much though, clearly. But like I gotta fix it up a bit. God, do I have to pull up the amino again? Okay, how do I get here? Okay, let's see if the amino has it a bit zoomed in. I cannot zoom in. I don't want to have to save the image just to zoom in. Can I zoom in? But that screwed that up. So yeah, Kanna Naegi, um, height 4'10", chest 26 inches, weight 86 pounds, blood type O, birthday December 2nd. I don't think I wrote down what this was. Okay, well, give me a minute here. Zodiac. Sagittarius. That's what she is, a Sagittarius. Let's continue. I should not have gone here. Why can't I zoom in here? It has the little fucking plus and like, okay, whatever. Likes gardening and manga, dislikes spicy food and enclosed spaces. Talent, ultimate lucky student. So yeah, I think what I mostly changed out, actually we could see it here. Kanna Naegi, originally known as Mikoto Naegi, is the initial protagonist of the series. When redesigning her, I wanted to keep her silhouette more or less the same. I actually like how she turned out. I also wanted a lot of callbacks to both Makoto and Kyoko in this design. I wanted her to look pretty normal while still showing her interests, which is why I gave her a flower hairband. Basically like a cauliflower hairband sort of thing, reference to her own name. Had to change it from Mikoto Naegi to Kanna Naegi. I wanted to make her name more unique than just calling her Mikoto instead of Makoto. But yeah, wonder if I'm going to mention that. She also has similarities to Kaede because they have similar roles, yeah, being the initial protagonist before being killed off. She has some similar traits to Sayori from DDLC. She's actually a go-getter, happy-go-lucky character on the surface, but beneath it lies a sadder, darker side. I mean, imagine all the expectations you'd get if you not only share the same talent as someone who is known as the ultimate hope, as well as being his his descendant. Yeah, that's basically the idea. Fun facts. Her name is derived from the Kanna flower, which is known for having healing properties. In fact, that's the flower in her hair. Okay, yeah, in the hairband. And also from Kanna from Your Turn to Die. Also, her grandmother's name is Sayaka Naegi, lol. This kind of ties to my headcanon that if Makoto and Kyoko ever had kids, they'd name them after the friends and family they lost in the killing game. Finally, like Kaede, she has a younger twin who is the ultimate astronaut, who, if this fanfic got enough attention, maybe like 3,000 reads, would have been in the sequel. Not really as a pro tag, but definitely an important character. I actually listed her traits as Kaito Sayaka, which do with that what you will. I probably will expand on that in the future. So yeah, younger twin sister, similar to like Kaede. Once again, it was like a mishmash of different characters when I was writing her and making her. I'm like, okay, mash up Danganronpa characters, go Makoto, Kyoko, Kaede, who else? And then like I wanted to take some characters from like other series, like I guess in this case Sayori as well, and then just kind of put them in, to try and make a unique character. And that's how I used to do it. Background synopsis. As the descendant of the Ultimate Hope, Makoto Naegi, people have always had high expectations of her, especially since her entire family is/was an Ultimate in some form. For example, her twin sister is the Ultimate Astronaut, and her grandmother is the Ultimate Lead Singer. Well, probably would have been pop idol, pop star, whatever. When she became the ultimate lucky student, ironically, it put more pressure on her because it made her seem much more like Makoto. She wants to live up to everyone's expectations in life, but in reality, she just wants to be seen as her own person. That's why she picked up gardening as a hobby. Despite everything, she's willing to make sacrifices in order to make other people happy. She goes to Cherry Blossom Academy alongside another ultimate, Karan Togami. Yes, I didn't change her name. I would say they gave them both K names. I just realized that. I would say more, but who knows? Maybe if I go more confident, I may just reboot this fanfic in the future or use these characters in another story. I don't want to give away too much on them. I want to show it in the story rather than tell it here. Did I say it here as well? Yeah, okay. Well, fucking never proceeds to never do that. And I lost the original character sheet. All right, let's continue. Right. I gotta go to the amino so we can get a better look at that. Karin Togami. So yeah, originally she was a very bratty character. The aspect I really wanted to keep was the fucking, I don't know why I was so sold on the idea of a fucking, for like the ultimate chess grandmaster or chess player, whatever, the fucking like black and white checkered poncho. I don't know why I was so sold on the idea, and the crown. No idea why. Yeah, here we go. Karan Togami, height 5'9", weight 115 pounds, chest 33 inches. Yeah, she had a complete redesign. Her uniform looks a lot more. I fucking hate the black and white stockings. I hate these so much. Fuck. Fuck, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Even though I designed it, I fucking hate this. I really gotta fucking redesign this too. Um, Chest 33 inches, blood type AB, date of birth May 30th, Gemini, likes games, winning, dislikes anime, idiots. Talent, ultimate chess grandmaster. Okay. Um, I made her school uniform look a lot more like, Kanna's because they go to the same school, all right? So under this, she has the uniform on. I don't know. I'd probably make this more formal. Would have made this more formal. Because I hate the fucking stockings. It doesn't fit her character. I feel like I was so sold on the fucking black and white poncho idea. I might just ditch it if I redesign her because, like, I don't know. I'm not sold to this idea. Don't really like it that much. All right. OG post date 12/14/2021. When originally designing this character, I made them an intelligent brat. Basically, think Kokichi almost. Like Kokichi and Togami. But I thought there was simultaneously not enough parallels and too many parallels in the design to Kanna. They had different uniforms despite going to the same school, and there isn't enough parallels between her and Byakuya to know that she is his descendant. That's why I decided to redesign her heavily. First off, she has the same uniform underneath her poncho. Yeah. Her poncho has a checkered black and white pattern that reference a chessboard, and I added the black queen hair clip that holds her hair up in its ponytail. I wanted to make her much more elegant like Celeste, but also keep some of Byakuya qualities. Basically, she's a smug, manipulative, intelligent bastard now. Before we continue. Fun facts. Somehow Kazuichi and Byakuya's bloodlines mix. And the Togami Company now mainly specializes in technology and engineering. God, just somehow they mix. I forgot I had it like that canonically. That's so funny. She has a younger brother who's the heir to the company and also the ultimate computer scientist. His personality and design would mirror that of Soda's, aka Kazuichi's. I like the idea of their bloodlines mixing. I don't ship them. I just thought it was fucking hilarious. This, yeah. He also would have been in the sequel. If you look at her design, you may notice that she's the Black Queen chess piece, which is reference to many things. The Queen chess piece is the most powerful piece in the game of chess because it can move anywhere. Yeah, okay. Black also goes second in the game, which references how she's often would let her opponent open up first before destroying them from the inside out. She often feigns weakness and sometimes even carelessness to lower her opponent's guard before she attacks them. Finally, the most important piece in chess is that you must protect as the king. This references that despite her intelligence and skill, all the attention goes to her more ignorant by comparison brother, especially since he is the next in line for the Tsugami family simply because he is a man. Yeah. Black also is a power color that donates power, mystery, strength, depth, and formality. Also, her name, Karin, is from the Japanese origin and not the Western, although the Western can also apply. The name combines the kanji flower, ka, and lotus, water lily, ren. It can roughly translate to beautiful, lovely, pure-hearted, and merciful. Half of these are fucking ironic for her. Background synopsis. She was raised is in a fairly cold environment where you must win in order to live. You can survive in her life if you can survive in her life, but if you aren't cold or cutthroat, then you won't be able to work for the Togami company. Despite her initial cutthroat behavior, she's shown to at least care for her little cowardly brother. She just wished that he would just grow up already because so that he can become a worthy heir of the company. Sadly, because she is a woman, she can't be the heir of the company lest it falls out of the hands of the Togami line. So she searched for alternatives to be successful in life and found out her talents in chess. Due to this obsession with chess and games like it, she soon started seeing real people in her life as pawns ripe for the manipulating. She views herself as the queen of the board of life. The most powerful piece, she sees her brother as the king. The most important, if you can't tell, she's really attached to her brother, not in a Kurokiyo kind of way, but a bit too obsessed for a noble person to be. She has a brother complex. I forgot I gave her that trait. TJ. Alright. I think for him, I just defined his design a bit more. A little bit more. So TJ, Tyson, Jason, Hato. Height 5'10", weight 130 pounds, chest 30 inches, blood type O, birthday July 30th, Leo, likes the outdoors, rock music, dislikes school, helicopter parents, ultimate skateboarder. Yeah, I feel like for him, I just defined his design more, defined his mullet more, still has the braid, kind of has like this loose bit of hair here just for intrigue, and defined like the piercings on his face. He still has the goatee and all that. Did his original design have piercings? No. Well, a little bit. There's hints of it, but here is definitely more obvious. Otherwise, it's more the same, kinda. I guess using a bit more grays here, but yeah, more or less the same. OG post date 12/15/21. I was actually really satisfied with his original design. I only really changed his eye color to balance his color designs. I guess to add a bit of intrigue because it would have been too much red otherwise. Yeah, makes sense. But changed his backpack a little bit so you could see the bottom of the skateboard, which has the once again I said before he has like a Power Rangers motif too, and this is supposed to be like the original Power Rangers T-Rex sort of thing, you know? So yeah, that's on the bottom of the skateboard. Fun facts: his name TJ actually means Tyson Jason. Basically, those are his oh god, those two are his possible fathers. This goes into his mother's backstory. Basically, she wanted to become a movie star in America, so she moved there and tried to start up a career. From there, she only starred in a really bad commercial before having to work at a mall. She did eventually get a boyfriend who she described as a poor meathead janitor, and she admitted that she only dated him so that she didn't have to return to Japan in shame and not out of love. She then caught the eye of a rich business owner and she fell in love. In reality, she just wanted him for his money. She eventually slept with both of them, and then that's how TJ was conceived. Long story short, both men found out about each other and just disappeared, leaving her alone. She managed to get her life together for a bit and lived in America until around TJ's junior high years, before they had to move to Japan. Also, yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, she's a little bit scummy, but like he did lock it in as soon as she had a kid. Uh, so like redemption? I don't know. Also, he's biracial, being Asian and African American. He was originally gonna have a necklace that would have had a red, blue, black, yellow, and pink, which references the Power Rangers more. The symbol we see on the skateboard is supposed to be a T-Rex. I also originally wrestled with the idea of him being around a little bit longer. Like with another character, Benjamin, okay, I talked about this before, freaks out. He starts to speak gibberish. In reality, speaking English in an accent, but it sounds like gibberish to most of the Japanese, to the mostly Japanese cast. And TJ would have to translate because he can speak Japanese and English relatively fluently. The name Tyson means firebrand or high-spirited, as Jason means healer. Hato also means ha or feathers, or and to, which means to soar. It roughly translates to pigeon. In a way, he's kind of like a phoenix, minus the coming back to life part. I feel like his character is someone who can bring life to other people. Yeah, he's definitely energetic enough to do that. This is way longer than I thought it was. Alright. Sorry, give me a minute. I've already finished my drink, so I gotta toss that out. Hold up. Alright. Background synopsis. Now, with TJ's actual backstory, back in America, his mother was very protective and was a bit of a helicopter parent in TJ's younger life. TJ began to rebel near the end of his elementary school years and snuck out of school with two of his friends. They eventually found a skate park, and that's when TJ discovered skateboarding. From there, he had a great love of skateboarding, and he got a skateboard for his next birthday. He often skipped classes to learn from the older kids at the park how to skateboard. He began to adopt their lifestyle and began getting into rock music. He took some of his friends and started a garage band. He is a man who lived for his fucking hobbies. He tried to get some kids at school to join his band, and he did get a lead singer from there. That lead singer would eventually become his girlfriend, who is in the second Killing Game in this story as the ultimate voice actor. Pink Ranger reference if you're curious. No, I don't ship the OG Red and Pink Ranger. The types of characters they are just led me to this outcome. And that's when he says that he had everything he needed. He barely passes his middle school, but is excited to continue life with his friends. That is until he is forced to move back to Japan. He slowly began losing contact with his old friends from America and even lost contact with his girlfriend. Oof. He tried to make some friends at his new school, but thanks to the way he looks, his attitude, and the overall culture shock, he never could. I mean, he's biracial, it's Japan. They're not really welcoming of other races. So he's biracial. He looks like a punk. Like, yeah, he skips school a lot. Like, yeah, for sure it's gonna be worse. His own family, outside of his mother and his cousins, see him as a nuisance. Someone who should be ashamed to ever exist. Quite literally a bastard child, but he doesn't let it keep him down. He keeps fighting against the people who look down on him and he eventually becomes a professional skateboarder, and that's where we are with his story. He still does have that interest in rock music though, and he does know how to play guitar. I'm starting to wonder, did I get the fucking guitarist traits from like Leon? I think I got like the guitarist kind of like wants to be a rocker a little bit, but also loves the sport from Leon. I think he also has a bit of Leon in him. Has a little bit of Leon in him as well, huh? All right, continue. Next part. Daisuke Hato design. Okay, he got a massive redesign too. A little bit massive, not really that massive. I wanted to make his bowl cut more unique. All right, so original Daisuke, new Daisuke, five head, cranium, mega mind, no bitches. Daisuke Hato, height 5'3", weight 100 pounds, chest 26 inches, blood type B, birthday November 16th, a Scorpio, likes lofi hip hop energy drinks, dislikes loud places and cherries. Talent ultimate mangaka. So yeah, he's paler. Okay, when compared to his old design, he's paler. He keeps his cosplay uniform from Yu-Gi-Oh open. I also gave him. Did I give him the? Does he still have the headset? I think. Well, of course he has the headset. But did I give him like Yugi's? I think I might have also given him Yugi's like choker as well. God. He also has like the three references to part three, part four, and part five of JoJo's on him as well. Just so you know. As pins on his bag. Also, I changed his hair color to pink to not have it be too much purple, and also draw attention to his head. Yes, it is a reference to Psyche K. How did you know? OG post date 12/15/2021. I like the idea of Daisuke's design, a scrawny, weak-looking mangaka who mostly focuses on making manga and is a bit antisocial despite having a big heart that aches to make friends. But I feel like it's not enough for Danganronpa, so I heavily revamped his design. I kept the bowl cut but added a bit more detail so it wasn't just an orb on his head. I kept the gloves and headphones, and the bag as well. The main thing I changed was his uniform. You see, his uniform was meant to reference Yugi Moto's uniform, but I decided to parallel it more by opening up his jacket and adding the choker. Yeah, we did. He also references JoJo parts 3 to 5 with his pins. And he actually looks like he has the same hair and eye color as Psyche K from Disastrous Life of Psyche. Yeah. So yeah, for sure. I honestly wanted to spice up his design a bit because he would become a daily life and more emotional protagonist. Yeah. Fuck. Alright. Yep. I gotta probably toss out some of this so I could focus a bit more. Sorry. Fun facts: most of his references reference shonen manga. That's about it. He has an unhealthy habit of working himself until he faints. Like real mangaka, you only need to do stuff outside of making and reading manga, and to some extent, watching anime. His ghostwriting name is Kishira Oda, which is referencing a few different mangaka. Yeah, obviously Oda, and I believe it's also the first name is a mashup of like Goku's writer, Goku's writer. I did it again. Dragon Ball Z and like just Dragon Ball writer and Naruto writer. He only has two friends, and they're actually his cousin and his younger brother, whose name is Chibi, who is the ultimate child prodigy. Finally, I have always planned to have a protagonist swap in this fanfiction, but I was stuck between Daisuke and Emika. It made more sense for Emika to be a protag in my eyes because I wanted the story to mirror the mainline series while also ending with Despair winning. But Daisuke was the closest with Kanna Mikoto. It also made sense for Emika to ask more questions to Kei and hang out with her more, so I decided to have a protag for daily life and deadly life. Daisuke means great helper, which references how he's kind of a more emotional and supportive character to Emika during the deadly life. And I guess kind of a support character for Kana before. Hato, yeah, once again, feathers and to soar, which basically has his character kind of like his name roughly translate to messenger pigeon, sort of, yeah. This one's also fairly long. Background synopsis. From a fairly young age, he had a love of manga, anime, and various other fictional stories. He was often in his own world as he doodled. Soon his doodles became fan fiction or fan comics. He often got in trouble for school for not paying attention and doodling on his papers. His parents were tough on him and didn't allow him to draw at home. This only worsened the issue as he still spent all his time drawing at school. At first, his peers were impressed with his stories and art, but slowly got tired of it. They started to ignore him as some began to bully him. He sought out stories to fill the void in his heart. Unfortunately, his parents took away his comfort as soon as he began to close his heart. That was until the day his younger brother was born, or more specifically, his talent. His brother was a genius who, at the age of 8, he already had the intelligence of an average high schooler. Soon his brother's genius grew and grew. Soon his parents began to ignore him. He was now able to be free to do what he wanted to do with no intervention. He eventually made his first manga and submitted it to publish it, right? This began his career as he began to focus all his time into manga. He even dropped out of high school. He took on his ghostwriting name Kishira Oda and never looked back. He often was taken care of by his cousin and younger brother because of his bad habits, but with his manga, he was able to fill the void, at least somewhat. Even though he loves making manga, the only thing that seemed to be successful are the action or action adjacent ones. Basically, the characters were kind of basic. I struggle to find the proper words for it. Okay, basically, the characters are bad, but poorly written. I don't think shonen characters are poorly written, by the way, just so you know. But he was heavily, let's just say Daisuke was heavily carried by his own art and his own story premises, but his characters suffer a lot because he doesn't interact with people. Due to his lack of interactions with real people, his social skills and characters suffer. He really just wants to improve his characters and improve his social life. His dream, like most characters like this, is to make 100 friends and make a slice of life comedy manga about it. Yeah, he's a big slice of life fan, even though like that's his favorite. That's his favorite type of series. He just can't write it. It has to go with like his crutch, which is action and stuff. All right, let's continue. Okay. John's Daimoku Emika Junka redesign. You'll know why I changed their name to this in like a minute. Is my mouse that sensitive? Hold on. Okay, there we go. That's better. Jonas Daimoku. Yeah, okay. I gotta also go back here. Okay. Jonas Daimoku, height 5'7", weight 99 pounds, chest 35 inches, blood type AB, birthday December 24th, Capricorn, likes puzzles, escape rooms, dislikes makeup, messy desk, talent, ultimate analyst. So yeah, I changed the design a lot to look more business-like, while still keeping the references to like Junko Enoshima. I didn't like the boots. It didn't fit her character to have the boots. So I had fucking Danganronpa play V3 playing in the background. Dear God, my fuck, she would hate my desk, my old desk. Holy shit! All right, but yeah, Ultimate Analyst. So yeah, I gave her more like less of a pleated skirt, more of a business kind of type skirt. Still kept the striped tie. Still kept the glasses, of course, and I added the pencil to her hair. Despite the fact that she uses a fucking iPad or something here, because that's not a notepad. I also gave her heels, because why not? It kind of gives her more businesswoman vibe. Black stockings are a better choice, I guess. Originally known as Emika Junka, I redesigned genres with the thought of parallel of the calculating logical analyst in mind. I wanted to have some parallels to Junko for plot reasons, you guys know why. Her personality is somewhat that of a sane and more grounded Junko Nishima. I guess it would be a bit more accurate to actually compare her to Kyoko or a more Kyoko-like character. Basically, a more grounded, more serious, no nonsense, highly intelligent character. She would have eventually become a support in the daily life and an MC in the deadly life. I wanted to look like a businesswoman of sorts as well, and I ended up with what I got. She would have become a more logical, deadly life protagonist. Fun fact: similar to Nagato, her name is an anagram of Junko Nishimada, or I am Junko Nishima. Yeah, that's why I changed her name to that. She has an older twin who's the ultimate maid, really the ultimate mixologist, and her name is an anagram of Mukuro Ikusabada. Her sister's name is Oakbark Sodarium. It's ridiculous, I know. When she's broken down and turned into the new Junko Nishima, she takes her sister's identity and almost a reversal of what Junko did to Mukuro. Her sister is dead by this point in the Everkilling game. I feel like that's an interesting concept, actually. Of course, this would have been revealed in the now canceled sequel. Her first name, Jonas, means God is gracious. It has Hebrew origins and is often used as a boy's name. Her last name, Daimoku, is actually a Japanese chant in Nichiren Buddhism. The words Nyam Myoho Renge Kyo, I probably fucking butchered that, devotion to the Lotus Sutra, chanted to the Gohonzen. Gohonzon, sorry. My God, it's like a fucking it really is the combination of the Buddha and like the Christianity, like that one anime. What was that one anime called? The one with like Buddha and Jesus. Well, there's that. There's the book. A lot of parallel sayings between the two of them. But like there's also an anime. Look, you get the idea. Which is interesting, because I'm pretty sure I wrote her as atheist. The main message of the Lotus Sutra is that all beings have the potential to become Buddhas. To grossly oversimplify, Buddhism believes in dukkha, life is painful and causes suffering; anitta, life is in constant flux; and anta, oh god, an, anattama, the self is always changing. Buddhist believes that the next human life is one of suffering and that meditation, spiritual and physical labor, and good behavior are the ways to achieve enlightenment or nirvana. Basically, Juko Enoshima, I guess, now that I think about it, with reincarnation. The five basic moral precepts undertaken by them are to refrain from taking life, stealing, acting chastely, speaking falsely, and drinking intoxicants. She isn't Buddhist, but she does share a lot of Buddhist beliefs. Does she? Her sister's name, Ogabam Sunriam, means oak tree from the genus Quercus, both boys and girls' name, and is a symbol of solidarity, strength, and longevity. Once again, she should be the older sister as well, older twin sister. Not the oak is, not Jonas. Bok, a Scottish word for a strip of a cornfield, but is also a mythological creature in Siberian mythology that hides in dark places, holes, or abandoned houses, waiting to grab and carry away and devours its victim. Me just making shit up, but it can be scared away by light and noise. Sudarium, a misspelling of sudarium or sweat cloth. The one that relates and connects the most to Jones is the sudarium of Oviedo, or the sweat cloth that was wrapped around Jesus' head after he died. Her old name, Emeka Junka, means charming, obedient, genuine, and pure, respectively. All right. Background synopsis, can't make it as long as the others. Her basic backstory is that the twins ran away together from their abusive home. Okay, it's just fucking. I feel like this is gonna be reused. We're gonna hear this again with Moeru, but yeah. At first, the older twin begins working at a really sketchy and slummy maid cafe bar to make ends meet. I think I just made shit up once again. But when Jonas discovered her strange talent of analysis, she began to help that maid cafe with the business aspect. Soon it became grew into an international franchise thanks to her help. She only wishes to live a calm, peaceful life with her sister. Her relationship with her sister is nearly the opposite of Junko's and Mukuro's, in the fact that the relationship isn't actually toxic or abusive. I really hope we have enough time. We probably will only have enough time to do the prologue and not look at any of our OCs. I want to at least finish that tonight. Oh, god damn it. Shinyu. So yeah, I went really hard on the fucking tie-dye. Now he just looks fucking like a goddamn rainbow. I also flipped his hair so it didn't look like Joe Tazuna's, like one-to-one. And gave him subtle heterochromia like Ojima, I guess. Shinyu, height 5'10", weight 137 pounds, chest 32 inches, blood type B, birthday September 24th. Fuck me. For zodiac sign, what is that? Libra. I can't read that. Likes DIY stuff, juice boxes, dislikes secrets, licorice. Talent, ultimate streamer. Probably would change his talent to like ultimate DIYer or something, whatever the fuck they're called. OG post date 12/16/2021. Not much I could say with his redesign. I wanted to change his color scheme to look more like he fell into a vat made for making tie-dye shirts, and I changed his hair to look less like Joe's from Your Turn to Die. Inspired but not the same. I just fucking flipped it. Fun fact, he's a huge mama's boy, would be voiced by Cheshead. He would have had a deceptive free time event where you think his dad was as a deadbeat, but in reality, his dad is in prison for an assault, even though it was technically self-defense. Basically, while Shin's mother was pregnant with him, they were attacked by some muggers, and his father protected them. Kind of like my dad. Despite his childish and carefree nature, he hopes to be a little more like his dad one day. He also, despite his childish nature, actually cares for everyone and has a respect for everyone's talents, mundane or otherwise. He also made his own shirt and most of his own clothing. His grandmother was the former ultimate seamstress, and he learned from her. The name Shin means real and genuine, and Yu means brave, leader, gentle. Background synopsis. He was raised by his mother and grandmother. Despite this sort of strange family life, he lived a healthy life. They did have some struggles when it came to making ends meet. He's very close to his family and wanted to help them in some way, but he wasn't smart or strong enough to. He's too clumsy when it came to anything other than DIY stuff. One day he discovered streaming and found he had an unnatural ability to attract people to him. When he began his streaming career and he started making money that way. At first he did it for the money, but eventually he grew to enjoy bringing joy to others, even if it's at the expense of making an ass of himself. A comment he got from one of his followers about how him simply being him. God, what the fuck was I trying to say here? A comment from one of his followers about how simply being himself prevented them from committing suicide and inspired them to be like him and change how he viewed his kind of helped him change how he viewed his own talent. Let me pull this up. I'm not happy with Raven Wright's redesign, by the way, or Mina Wright, I guess in this case. I probably will redesign her too. And I'm not really happy with his redesign either. I still wanted the tie-dye shirt, and I gave him the scarf instead of the tie. I had to change that because the tie didn't feel like it fit. So scarf instead. Do do. Sorry, give me a minute here. I feel like my weakness with character designs back then was that I didn't know how to iterate. So I usually just come up with like one or two iterations and then just nothing else. Let me just finish this real quick so I can lock in. Oh god. God, I'm a little worried that this is gonna spell. Because there is some like sauce in there. I gotta keep it upright. Stay upright. Alright, let's continue. I like the idea of a punk rock lawyer, and I kind of wanted to keep that. But, like, and even though the shape language is definitely more unique, and I feel like this design is definitely more unique, I feel like I just don't like the hair. I kind of like the old hair a little bit better. I want her to have gaudy hair. This is a little gaudy, but I don't think it fits. Also, 5 head. Because I know, I still, even back then, I didn't know how to fucking do fucking ratioing out the fucking head. Raven Wright, 5'3", weight 92 pounds, chest 30 inches, blood type O, birthday December 1st, Sagittarius, likes punk culture, cream cheese, dislikes formal wear, crimes, talent ultimate attorney. When redesigning her, I wanted to lean more into the punk aesthetic she had, but also keep some semblance of the suit and tie sort of thing with her outfit so she, looks like a lawyer. She's supposed to be a lawyer after all. I fixed her hair so that it wasn't just a blob and I guess looks more logical, I guess. It's definitely anime hair. Definitely anime hair is all I could say what her old design is like. Because like you will not see someone fucking like I feel like her hair here had a more unique silhouette. Also, I think the Shadow the Hedgehog look is kind of stupid with how I executed it. I should have just had the tips frosted instead of like it being black on top, like someone took a massive dump on the top of a redhead. Like I don't. I took some inspiration from Ryoko from Kill la Kill and made her hair sharper. I also give her lipstick because why not? I feel like the lipstick was a good idea, but like maybe give her more mascara, more eyelashes. I like the frosted tip idea, but like, I feel like I could have done a bit better with her. Her name is a not so subtle reference to Phoenix Wright. Her first name, Raven, other than pointing to the bird, can symbolize ill omens and loss, which is inevitable for, to be a little dramatic, villains who enter the court. Similar to Phoenix Wright, she values serving justice and protecting the innocent more than winning. They could also represent prophecy and insight. They can also serve as guides that connect the spiritual and physical world, which actually fits with Fae's and other spirit mediums in the Ace Attorney series. Right. Other than symbolizing morally good, justified, and acceptable, can also represent blessing and merciful. A little off topic, but did you know that though some symbolize left as a sinister or evil, okay, this is definitely after Zero Escape, could also represent the hand of the king and represents justice as the right could symbolize blessing and mercy? Anyways, one little last fun fact. In court, she is often partnered with a spirit medium that she met that's not so subtle reference to Maya Fey. I'm definitely gonna use the Hayashis from like Don Don as a reference, just two punk rockers in fucking courtroom now. I had thought about having them being a survivor for Chapter 5's other killing game, but he ended up not making it in. I killed him off screen. He probably would have not only be like Maya, but also like Shin in the game, so oh shit. Like Shin, in the game, so maybe she may be a little annoyed by Shin, but also finds a nice little bit of familiarity to him in the average courtroom. Basically, Shin is like what was her name? What was her name? That reminded him of Maya Fey back in Phoenix Wright, episode 5. I don't know why I'm forgetting. Emma. There we go. Like Emma, but more useless. Background synopsis. From a young age, she's always had a love for punk rock music and punk culture in general. I have a lot of fucking characters who are into punk rock music. To her, they were her heroes. That's unfortunate because she actually comes from a long line of lawyers. She never really understood why people would want to become such a thing, so she ultimately tried picking up music. One day, someone from her middle school stole everyone's lunch money, and she was suspect number one. It's basically Phoenix Wright. During a class trial, no one gave her a chance to speak. That was until someone stood up for her. They became her attorney of sorts, and that's when she decided the importance of attorneys. It's actual court Yuri, by the way. She tried to juggle what she wanted to be, a punk rock musician, with being an attorney. You know what? It's just Gavin. I never played fucking I never play. It's not necessarily punk rock with Gavin, but still, it's just fucking Phoenix Wright mashed up with fucking Clavier. Like, what the fuck? How did I predict Clavier before I actually fucking played Apollo Justice? Unfortunately, she couldn't be both, so she made a sacrifice. She could totally have become both. She decided to become an attorney and protect the innocent. Personality-wise, I guess you could say she could be a bit standoffish, but she's ultimately a kind person who wants to help people. Think Rekko from Your Turn to Die. Alright. Okay, famous Masa. I changed her name from Barai Masa. Famous Academy. Kept her blindness and blind walking stick. Famous Masa, kind of like even her pose is a reference to famous blind justice thing, you know? Height 5'7", weight 110 pounds, chest 33 inches, blood type AB, birthday the September 23rd. Fuck me. Is that still Libra? Still a Libra. Alright. Wrong one. Birthday September. Okay. Likes Braille auditory arts, dislikes books and lies. Talent, ultimate judge. Originally named Barai Masa, I thought her design was pretty much okay for her. I wanted to look both wise and approachable. The original was fine, all I did was give it a few touch-ups. Yeah, I just detailed it out more. Added a bit more pink, I guess, to balance it out a bit. Kept the pink tie. Everything else was fine, really. Kind of went underneath of what you wore underneath. She just wore a pleated skirt and like suspenders. It goes up to like halfway underneath all the judge stuff, but like yeah. Her original name meant Blind Justice. Her new name is actually the same as the Titan goddess of justice, Themis. In fact, her art is based off of Themis's multiple depictions of holding a sword in one hand and a skull in the other. Of course, I replaced the sword with a walking stick. She actually walks around with a walking stick as well until she loses it and nearly drowns in chapter 4 because of the motive. When she finds it again, it is broken. Believe it or not, she actually has a pet lion who's basically her guide dog. Her lion's name is Tayo, a future character who will also have this name. And honestly, I have a kind of funny, interesting interaction between her and that character. If you haven't figured out, she's blind. Despite her initial disposition, she can be a bit of a jokester and a little devious out of court, like Snake from Zero Escape. Yeah, that serves as the perfect mediator in the courtroom, as well as pretty much any discussion. When compared to the most iconic judge and ace attorney, she's more competent. Background synopsis. She's basically a child prodigy who graduated law school at 12 years old, and thanks to her parents pulling strings, she became a judge at the age of 14. Nepo baby. She soon became renowned for her cool head and fair nature, although somewhat cold and maybe even slightly cruel. She often delivers the correct verdict. Sure, she lives on the words justice is blind. One day, a wealthy politician tried to buy their innocence, but Themis delivered the rightful verdict without fail. Unfortunately, this didn't come without the price. The politician from beyond prison ordered a hitman to end her life slowly and painfully. That assassin took her eyes took her eyes before he attempted to torture her. Luckily, he was stopped by the ultimate vigilante and her life is saved. Instead of letting this tragedy keep her down, she used it to empower herself. The ultimate vigilante was caught and arrested later. She was supposed to be the judge for his case, but she backed down due to realizing that she was too personally tied to the case. She was going to at least see how the trial went down, but she ended up in the killing game. She hopes that the vigilante is fine, but she's a little conflicted. On one hand, the vigilante takes action and is very much a heroic person, but on the other hand, what they are doing is illegal. Secretly, she's conflicted with herself. What if she had that trial? What if she never needed saving and had the opportunity completely to serve him completely blind to who he was? What would she do? Were they guilty or innocent? Like that sort of thing. Okay, that's kind of interesting a little bit. Like wants to be a good, fair judge, but also has the self awareness to know that she's too personally tied to the case to deliver a fair verdict. Kind of like her, actually. Femis Masa is pretty fucking base. She has like 7 likes on my Amino. Are you kidding me? She's fucking awesome, you guys. Come on. I think I clicked on her again. Let's go back. Go back. Moeru Kokoro. I miss his horn hair. I miss his horn hair. I kept the fucking heart thing on his apron, really? Okay. Moeru Kokoro, height 6 feet, weight 150 pounds, chest 32 inches, blood type A, birthday November 21st. Is that also Scorpio? November 21st. Scorpio, yes, okay. Likes gourmet food and passion, dislikes junk food and mediocrity. Talent, ultimate gourmet. Oh yeah, when he gets super pissed off, he goes fucking Super Saiyan, by the way. I like that idea, but like I miss his horn hair. Also gave him lightning bolt fucking eyebrows to make him look sharper. From what I can tell. I honestly didn't change much with his outfit. I only changed his hair and eyebrows. That's it. Although I do miss the horn hair. Yeah, exactly. I actually sort of like the new hair he has. It's fine. Fun facts. This character is actually based on Gordon Ramsay, and he has a similar personality to him. The name Moeru is actually a girl's name that means sprout, but Moeru also means to burn. Kokoro means heart or mind, or sometimes mind and soul. Basically, his name could mean burning heart, mind, and soul. Fits considering I created him to be a pretty passionate guy. I don't think it's heterochromy. I think it's just the lighting. Similar to Jones, he and his twin sister, younger sister, ran away from an abusive home. Fucking autocorrect. They soon started to work on with local restaurants as servers. The owner chef was strict but kind. He basically was their father figure. They learned how to cook from him, and one day they had their chance to shine in the kitchen. That was basically the start of their culinary careers. They got into cooking competition shows, and that's when the world's eyes are on them. Soon they were the Gordon Ramsays of their universe. Eventually, he and his twin made their way to the top and became well respected Michelin chefs. He currently earned 3 stars, as his twin has 5. He hopes to one day surpass his twin. With his tough but fair personality and constant strive to become better, he's a good friend to have around. He will push you to your absolute limit for whatever you're passionate about. Loves like being with passionate people. You're with him or you're not. Like you're lazy or you're lazy bum or you're just or he will like push you to become like a better version of yourself. He's fucking cool. Fuyuhana, her design is a little meh. I don't hate her old design, but I kind of had to change it because it looked too similar. Five head, Code Lyoko. Um, because like I don't know, I kind of wish I kept the patchwork aesthetic I had with her a little bit. But yeah, here she is, Fuyuhana. Height 5'4", weight 120 pounds, chest 35 inches, blood type A, birthday February 20th, Pisces, likes cute things, nail polish, dislikes, what does that say? Blackmail and mature men. Likes brats. Talent, ultimate hypnotist. When redesigning her, I wanted to keep the aesthetic she had as well as the swirl and eye designs on her. I also wanted to simplify her color scheme and make her hair more unique. Okay, that's fair. I just stole Jolene's hair. I eventually started referencing Grover from Seven Deadly Sins. I didn't watch past the first season because I heard the rest is trash. Jolene Cujo and Trish from JoJo. I was binge watching it at the time, and well, that played a huge role in the redesign. Yeah, just because I fucking watched it recently and was like, yeah, she's just like her for real, for real. I will miss her jacket and dress, but I will let them go because it didn't really fit with the new aesthetic I was going for. I wanted to make her look a little more aesthetic. Aesthetic? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I kinda like bits of it. In all honesty, I feel like the patchwork. I wish I kept it with the patchwork aesthetic though. Fun facts. The watch she has is all she has left of her father. He mysteriously disappeared one day. She hated him for abandoning her and her family, and yet she has no idea why she keeps the watch. Maybe she has hope that he never abandoned the family. Fuyu can either mean winter or snow, and Hana means flower. Oh my god, I could have fucking changed her last name! Damn it! I could have had her last name be Shiro or something! Fuyushiro, Snow White! She dies via the poisoned apple! It was right there! God damn it! Okay, basically her name means winter snowflower. Pansies and violas are often considered winter flowers and they bloom for most of the winter in cold, mild climates. And some types will rebound in the spring in cold climates. Pansy flowers mainly symbolize forms of love, like romantic love or platonic affection. Pansies also embody thoughtfulness, compassion, remembrance, and free thinking. Viola flowers are a symbol of innocence, modesty, and decency. A blue part of a viola shows fidelity. The white of the flower evokes happiness and expresses a first love or an emerging love. Yeah, this is somewhat ironic, half ironic, because I also gave her an almost tsundere vibe. Yeah, this fits more with a fucking matchmaker. I could have fucking changed her last name to Shiro or something. Fuyushiro, Snow White. She dies from a fucking poison apple. It was right there. Background synopsis. She and her sister were raised by their mother, who is. Why is there a lot of sisters? Hey, sisters. By their mother, who is the ultimate mechanic, which contributes to her tinkering skill. Didn't she work on a fucking clock? I thought she had a clock. Yeah, we will probably see it. Let's keep reading. Being raised by her mother and her siblings, she's conflicted about how to feel. She loves her family, but she hates her father for reasons already stated. She has always had a standoffish and aggressive at first, but tougher and louder fucking personality, I guess. Sort of like a mix between Reko Yoto no Dai and Mahiro Danganronpa 2. But she's much nicer and more chill with the weaker and meeker? I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be. She was introduced to, didn't she say fucking brother before? I think I changed it from brother to sister. She was introduced to hypnosis from her sister, who was the ultimate therapist. She wishes to be like her sister one day, but decides to entertain people by hosting hypnotist shows. She wants to make it to TV one day. She doesn't want to admit it, but she hopes that her father will see her and be proud. Aww. Oh, I think I know who I got that one from. She's not really good at anything else, so she'll just keep at what she's good at. Even though she's a tinkerer. Okay, Benjamin, the fucking old McDonald had a farm. Okay. God damn it. How many more do we have? Because we still got the fucking prologue rewrite to read. That's like gonna take us a good chunk of time, actually. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Okay, there we go. So now I want to read this. Okay, Benjamin McDonald. I changed his hat, actually. Height, 6'4", weight, 230 pounds, chest, 48 inches, blood type O, birthday, October 3rd. God damn it! Libra. Another Libra. Let's go. Blood type. I already said that. Likes the sun and hard work. Dislikes EDM and hammocks. Talent. Ultimate country musician. Okay. Let's just have the old design here. I think I simplified the colors a bit and moved the bandana to down here. When redesigning him, I wanted to rework his color palette so that there wasn't as many colors there were before, and find a way to lead the eyes to his head. I kept the flannel shirt and overalls the same, and I used the dark brown on the boots. I kept the green in his design, but I limited it, right? Can tell to the hat and like the little bandana fucking scarf thing he has here. Um, I also gave him a white hat that really stands out in his design and help leads to his head. Fun facts. He has an extremely thick southern accent, and sometimes people have trouble either taking him seriously or understanding him. His nickname, Big Mac, is a reference to My Little Pony's Big Macintosh, one of my inspirations for this character. He also has another nickname some people call him by, Big Ben, like the clock. The name Benjamin itself means son of the right hand or favorite son, which is technically correct seeing as he is the only son. There's no competitions for sons. McDonald's itself is a reference to Old MacDonald had a farm. The name also means children of Donald, or world ruler. In a way, his name could mean favorite son who rules the world. In this case, the country music world, sure. He wrote the fucking Carry On My Wayward Son, but if it was fucking country, let's go. Background synopsis. He was raised on a barn by his grandmother. His parents died when he was fairly young. Ironically, he wasn't the one who took the reins in running the farm. Other than his grandmother, his younger sister, who was the ultimate farmer, actually did most of the work. Yeah, so much so that his youngest sister looks up to her. Yeah, it's literally just Big Macintosh. All right. The people of the town often looked to his younger sister as a local hero of sorts. He never grew jealous of her, but he did develop an inferiority reference, probably complex. Whenever he had a break, he vented his frustrations into his music, a hobby he picked up from both his parents. Well, he is the oldest sibling, so he still remembers his parents. One day, a music producer just so happens to hear his music, and this launched his musical career. At first, he was a bit hesitant to leave because he didn't want to leave the family farm, but his family eventually convinced him to. He used any money he gained from his music and puts it back into the farm, and that's his entire character. I made him kind of look like a Chad, huh? I give him a more chiseled chin, still has the freckles, cute little freckles to give him like a little bit of like a more baby face kind of feel. Kind of detailed his nose a bit more so it looks broader. I feel like side profiles almost always look the same for some reason for me. I need to study more faces, I think. Or at least even back then I needed to study more faces. Taiyo Natsu redesign. Sonic the Hedgehog was the keyword for this guy. God damn it. Hold on. We probably are gonna need the fucking half hour. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on, please. There we go. I missed the crown hair, but I feel like if I kept the crown hair with him, it probably would have blended too much with the other guy. Originally, I was gonna give him an afro, as you could tell here, but didn't really work because I was planning on also making his hair blue. So I went with windswept hair instead because he's a sprinter. Taiyo Natsu. Height 6'2", weight 160 pounds, chest 34 inches, blood type B, birthday August 14th, Leo. Do not look into this. You'll understand in a minute. Likes sports drinks, muscles, dislikes dogs, and belts. Talent, ultimate track and field player. OG post date 12/18/2021. Originally named Goro Asuka. When redesigning him, I really wanted to fix up his hair, remove those stupid bandages from his stomach, and move it somewhere else. I wanted to keep his color scheme more or less the same. I was originally going to give him an afro, but then I realized he would look like a clown if I did that with the color scheme I had planned. So I just made his hair more windswept. Really used Sonic the Hedgehog motif when designing him. Yeah, at least with the fucking color scheme a little bit here, as you can see. as you can see here, color scheme wise. Fun facts: he's canonically gay and actually played a small part in his backstory and background and abuse. I won't get too much into detail with it. He is also a cat person that has a strong dislike of dogs. This is where Femesis and his interaction would come in. They probably would have talked about her service animal, which would eventually lead to him learning it's a lion. And as everyone else is a little freaked out or caught off guard, he wouldn't really react at all, saying as long as it's not a dog. His name Tayo means sun, and Natsu means born in summer. His name can mean born in the summer sun or summer sun. His original name, Goro Asuka, meant fifth, when tomorrow, smell perfume. Basically, kind of gibberish, admittedly. He was supposed to be the fifth son in the family, as his older brothers abandoned him, but they were scrapped. So I guess he doesn't have any older brothers anymore. Background synopsis: he was raised by a single father who was the former Ultimate Dog Fighter. Sorry. Obviously a horrible person. I mean, with a talent like Ultimate Dog Fighter, you kind of have to be. It's not the first time we've had a fucking criminal in Danganronpa, okay? His father often took him down to his underground dogfighting rings and showed him the cruel nature side of the natural order. Tayo, one day, actually started taking care of a stray kitten when he got of school. When his father found out, at first he seemed almost happy. Let's just say that his father took him and Tayo's cat down to the dogfighting ring, and the cat never got out. Yeah, that's a common place in dogfighting rings, with cats kind of being like the fucking marked targets for dogs, which is fucked up. When I found that out, I kind of had to include that into the backstory somehow. Tayo tried to save the cat only to get his right hand mauled. His father didn't care about his injury. Instead, he chewed him out for doing something stupid. Yeah, okay, before we continue, he's unable to use his right hand completely now. It has nerve damage in it, just so you know. As for his eye injury, let's just say that his father discovered the love letter Tayo wrote. God, why the fuck did I make the fucking canonically, like, Benjamin is bi, the canonically gay character just goes through fucking lot, huh? One day he ran away from him and actually ran into someone who became his coach and an actually healthy father figure. To make a long story short, that coach helped him to become who he is today and instilled a philosophy in him similar to All Might's philosophy from My Hero Academia, to smile regardless of what's happening because the ones who smile are the strongest. There we go. Put my mans through the fucking ringer. Justice for Tayo, says the guy who fucking wrote him that way. Okay, three more. Yeah, she's getting a redesign for sure. She's getting a redesign for sure. I hate her redesign so fucking much. References, it's too close to fucking Sailor Moon now. Honestly, I like the first one more because it's fucking more unique. Alright, Unagi Suyuno. You know what I just realized? The fucking other Chudy character, Suyuno, sounds like Suno from fucking Tetro Danganronpa Pink. What the fuck? And didn't she make a Sailor Moon reference in her fucking okay, whatever. Height 5'9", weight 122 pounds, chest 33 inches, blood type B, birthday February 29th, Pisces. Is it 29th or 28th? I can't read that. Likes graham crackers, dramatic arts, dislikes normal life, salty foods. Talent, ultimate mathematician. Probably will change that to mathlete if I ever pick up her character again. Okay, 12/19/2021. That's what it's supposed to be. When redesigning her, I wanted to lean into the magical girl aspect of her character. I heavily referenced Sailor Moon when designing this character, but with her outfit, I actually used Unagi Tsukino's or Sailor Moon's normal uniforms. I also made the shoes look a little bit more ridiculous. I think she could use one more redesign where it combines the first and seconds. I just don't want her to look too much like Samugi's. Yeah, this one looked too much like Samugi's and Gundams. This one looks too much like Sailor Moon's. Fun fact, she wears hair extensions and dyes her hair blonde. Her basic personality is similar to Gundam but magical girl. When people start to be cool to her, she acts timid like Mew or Mikon. Her name, Unagi Suyuno, means fishwater eel and from the dew. Background synopsis. Before she picked up her strange personality, she was just a plain normal girl. That's kind of the issue. She was practically invisible to other people. Even her parents didn't care much for her. People accidentally ignored her. Her peers forgot about her. She's just fucking Samugi. And her parents forgot her at stores and other places, for example. Her parents were pretty negligent. One day, she saw a magical girl anime that a supposedly normal girl turned into a hero, and she always admired that. She found comfort in magical girl anime, especially the comedic and slice of life ones, but not the bloody or grim ones. Despite her cruddy life, she took comfort from acting like a magical girl in hopes of one day she can become one. She just wants to be loved for who she is and not ignored. This is what turned her into what she is today. Eventually, she did get into school, and her grades outside of math were average. Her math grades were at 100%. Probably will change that. And she really excelled in that subject. At first, no one paid no mind, so she kept getting A after A. Turns out she's really good at math and calculating complicated problems without using a calculator. This is when her parents and quite a few other people had their eyes on her and praised her. She knows it wasn't exactly healthy that her parents value her only because of her talent, but she doesn't care. She's desperate for any kind of attention, positive or negative. Oof. Oof. But yeah, I feel like she could use another redesign as well. Because now it's too similar to Sailor Moon. I've watched only Sailor Moon and what was the other one? Magical Girl Madoka, and then the other one that's like a parody made by Trigger, I think. I don't know. I can't remember. I need to watch more Magical Girl animes, or at least reference more Magical Girl animes if I want to fucking do Unagi justice. Keimaru redesign. Yeah. Once again, I changed her hair color, kept the low ponytail, and changed her hair color to make her look a little bit more, what the fuck was I gonna say? Just to break up the fucking black here, because her hair just kind of merges with this. What else? What else? What else? What else? I also gave her the skirt because school uniform, I guess, from what I can tell. Kei Mayu, height 5'6", weight 110 pounds, chest 33 inches, blood type AB. Birthday April 15th, Aries. Likes low ponytails, dry foods, dislikes clowns and crowds. Talent, ultimate question mark question mark question mark. She's actually the ultimate spy, just so you know. Yeah, I think I gave her one red combat glove as well, just cause why not? Red tights. Yeah, I feel like I could have given her at least a complementary color or something, or like a cooler color, so that I don't know, something that breaks up all the blacks, whites, and reds. But I think it's okay. When redesigning her, I really wanted to make her look less like Maki, as well as fix her hair or uniform color so you don't lose track of which is which. Oh yeah, and also still kept the crop jacket, I guess, but made it like long sleeve instead of short sleeve. Is it jacket or blazer? More of a blazer. I did some design aspects from Kyoko, did mix some design aspects from Kyoko, Maki, Sora from Super Danganronpa number 2, and Mikoto from Danganronpa Rebirth. I made her uniform look more like a high schooler's while adding a few things like the jacket, gun, and boots to make her look more like a spy or soldier. Well, more grounded, I guess, considering who she is. Fun facts, her talent is that of the ultimate spy, and she's basically part of the Future Foundation. She also has a partner that she works with who bounces off of her cold and calculating personality by being more upbeat and emotional wildcard. The ultimate detective in the other death game, sorry. Her name Kei means blessed, respect, or joyous. Her last name means Mayo, true, full, gentleness, superiority, or evening. Background synopsis, I didn't describe too much of her backstory in my notes. She was an orphan who was saved by an agent from the Future Foundation. She started her own investigation to find the person who saved them, and she found them years later. She was recommended to join the Foundation. She went through extensive training and became a spy. She was hired to help investigate the disappearance of the Ultimates and stop whoever was behind it. That's basically it. Do we have one more? I think it's just Hanzo, yeah? And then we still got to fucking read the fucking rewrite and also Kurai Kage. Fuck! We still got two more. So yeah, Hanzo, I toned down his fucking supervillain aesthetic a lot and referenced Boomstick from fucking Death Battle and also gave him a shirt that has a brain on it. Yeah, but I still wanted to keep the robot arm, ear, and eye because that was unique. Hanzo 5'11", weight 170 pounds, chest 37 inches. I probably would have given him longer coattails maybe. Birth blood type AB, birthday June 10th. Hold on. Zodiac, Gemini, also a Gemini, no bitches. Likes potato chips and uh planners. Sorry, wrong one. Dislikes failure, being outsmarted, talent, ultimate neuroscientist. Just so you know, the potato chips are a reference to Death Note. He takes a potato chip and eats it. Finally, my last redesign. When redesigning him, I wanted to tone down the evil aspect of his design. I wanted him to be more approachable while still having a mad scientist vibe. I also wanted to keep his robotic parts for his design, for story reasons. The design on his shirt is supposed to be of a brain, Brian, of a brain, but it sort of looks like a lung. Oops. I'm bad at art. Hanzo Seki is technically dead, and he's actually Kodai Seki. The alter ego of Kodai was placed into Hanzo's body. In fact, pretty much the entire Seki family line is Kodai. In fact, most of them were orphans taken in by Kodai and had his AI planted in them. This is a crime. The surname Seki means star and beginning. Hanzo has its origins from Hattori Hanzo, who was the legendary samurai of the Sengoku era. It takes the two kanji, han and half, and zo, meaning to hide. Kodai roughly means happiness, blessing, fortune, large, big. If you're curious about his mechanical parts, he lost his arm in the previous Killing Game. His eye was implanted by Kodai when Hanzo was adopted, and the ear was made to be able to transport the information from the main alter ego Kodai and the other Kodais. If you're curious, a neuroscientist, is a scientist or doctor who studies in diagnosing, treating, and managing disorders of the brain and nervous system. They also study how the brain and nervous system works. The character also has knowledge in psychology and a good chunk of knowledge in technology in both AI, coding, and engineering. Clearly. Backstory synopsis. His original motive was actually pretty weak. His basic background was that he was a descendant of Kodai Seki, who's well known for his advancement in AI and how he can duplicate a person's consciousness. Discovered that Hanzo Seki is actually Kodai Seki AI that was put into the body of Sekis. He recreated the Killing Games to try and recreate Junko Nishima. He wanted to recreate Junko Nishima to kill herself. You guys know this. The entire Seki family fell, and if it wasn't for his AI, he would be dead. He wanted to recreate Junko Nishima just to kill her out of pure spite, which is fucking hilarious. Not exactly a good motive, which is one of the reasons why I can't sold the series, and it wasn't even recreated good. I feel like the game like this itself should be some of the OG Killing Games. Yeah, it's exactly my fucking point. Let's look for Karai Kage. Actually, we don't need to because here's his OG design. Actually, so his OG design is very Fire Force. I kind of like his OG design for his character a bit more because it's like modern day ninja, and this just fucking dips into ninja. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't think it's here. I redesigned them way fucking earlier too, so it's probably not helping me. There it is. Karai Kage redesign. Yeah, he was in a lot of my fangans. We might do another stream eventually because I had quite a few Karai Kage. So here's the original design that would have been shown. Yeah, here he is. All right. Karai Kage, 5'9", 158 pounds, 38 inches. Birthday, no one knows. Likes gum and smoke. Likes gum, dislikes smoke. That's it? I thought there would be more. Sorry. Yeah, likes gum and dislikes smoke. So fun fact about gum. People say, okay, I forgot what video it was, but I heard that Ninja would like gummy-like substances if they were real, because gum could be used for like a bunch of different things, including repairing stuff, and they had like a gum-like substance already. And also, that one fucking game that I think just came out. I could be misremembering it, but basically, we're like a bunch of kids. It's like Splatoon, but with ninjas and gum, basically. Sorry. if that was a bit messy. I'm trying to rush here a little bit because I didn't expect this to go for this long. And we still got one more. We still got to fucking read the prologue rewrite I made. Okay, so this is the symbol of Karai, or Kage, I mean, Shadow. And he has scars along his arms that he keeps covered in bandages. Yeah. Okay, the famous Karai Kage, the only character to last all three iterations to some degree of my cast in some form. Yeah, Amino. Design-wise, I wanted to lean more to the ninja aspect of his character. I originally wanted the design to look more modern, but it looked too much like the Ultimate Blacksmiths, that's why. Or like he came out of Fire Force. I still wanted him to have wounds that he tries to hide, which you can see with the bandages. I wanted him to look little more detached from modern society. Okay, it's just fucking what's her name? From Danganronpa, not Danganronpa, from fucking 109 Last Defensive Academy, Kiyoshika. The names even start with K. And a bit out of touch because of his upbringing, especially in this fangan. And the Spirit Returns, a different story concept, starts off faking his emotions and lying by acting like Joseph Wadagiri, another OC from another project that will never become will eventually become the truth. That lie will become the truth. His fake feelings becomes real. All right. He grows close with everyone, especially the MC, and it makes it harder for him to betray them later on. In Beyond Hope, he's much like Maki, where he starts off cold and distant, but genuinely wants to make a human connection. He eventually opens his heart to Usagi in Beyond Hope, and he escapes and tries to get help and end the killing game early. But abandoning her pushed her into despair. This would have eventually led to his death in the diary chapters. Backstory wise, they were basically both iterations of. Okay, both iterations are the same. I might have to take a mini break to use the restroom after this, because my brain is starting to feel a little fried. They come from a clan of assassins known as the Kage. They were both on the hope and despair sides during the tragedy and hid in the shadows. They didn't care about good or evil. They killed anyone if they were properly paid. From birth, Karai and his older twin were trained. A lot of twinsies, were trained to become assassins by their father. Obviously, training was harsh, and the father was abusive not only to his children, but his wife too. None of them could escape him. Okay, it's just fucking Todoroki. He was simply too strong for the twins to fight, and the mother had no training whatsoever. The brothers and mother were each other's pillars, until one unfortunate day it was time to announce the heir of the clan. Since Karai and his brother were twins, they had no choice but to fight to the death. The other twin refused to fight, and making the father angry. The father who threatened to kill both of them, and just make another child who can be the heir. Fucking Omni-Man. Alright. Then Karai vividly remembered his father grabbing his mother by the hair. The older twin held his ground, but Karai stabbed him in the back with a spear. The older brother's last words will forever haunt Karai. Why? Later that night, his mother committed, just say suicide. We've said suicide several times at this point, due to everything that's happened, and Kurai finished the last bit of his training. His father was proud of him and even hugged him, but he wasn't proud of himself. He regretted his actions and wished he somehow escaped with his mother and brother. He knew that if he did somehow escape, he'd just be killer later, so he just accepts it. He accepts that he's no longer human. Just a shadow who will never see the light. Fucking edge of world line. Let's go. Kurai Kage means dark shadow. His older twin was Kuro Kage, which means black shadow. I think his father and mother's names would have been Gura and Hikari, respectively. I don't remember what Gura means. But Hikari, I'm pretty sure, means light shadow. Let's search up Gura. Gura Kage. Gura name meaning. Okay. Gura, it's the fucking VTuber. Shaky or wobbly? Is it actually? It's. God, I hope not. It's just the fucking shark VTuber. That's his dad. The shark VTuber who retired. Okay. Fuck me. Alright, how long is this one? Alright, lock it in. Alright, before we go, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Gonna go use the restroom real quick. Gonna go on a quick mini break. And then we're gonna finish this. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, let's finish this. 10 minutes. We're not gonna finish this in 10 minutes. Although, okay, so this one is the rewrite I made as like a little experiment exercise sort of thing. For like my prose. This was way back in like college once again. Like freshman year of college? Yeah, freshman year of college. I wanted to fix up the prose and all that a little bit, you know? Wanted to experiment with it, with like my writing style a little bit, so just so you guys understand. Let's continue here. Yeah. A small groan escaped my lips. My voice sounds scratchy and rough, like someone scraping a broom across concrete. My throat was dry and I felt some mucus at the back of it. I needed water bad. I forced my upper half of my body upward from the stiff surface my head was resting on. My eyes floated open as I stared down. It only took a second to process what I was staring at. A wooden desk. An ash. A hard wooden desk. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to be taking this seriously, but I just keep going back to fucking Jill Apocalypse's streams. An average wooden desk that you'd find in any typical high school. I rubbed my eyes and flooded them again. But this isn't my desk. This isn't even the type of desk my school uses. What? I nearly coughed out a lung. I jumped out of the chair I was sitting on. My head swerved around the room. A podium! But it's not the same model as the one in my class. A blackboard? But my school uses whiteboards now. A bulletin board? My classroom doesn't even have that. The only thing that was the only thing here that's even close to matching my classroom would be the monitor up on the wall. My eyes locked onto something else that was strange. Something that made my voice quake. Camera? A high quality security camera. I heard an audible whirl as the camera seemed focused on me. I took a step to the left. The camera followed. I stepped back to the right. It was staring at me. It was as if it was a lion about to pounce on a timid little mouse. I looked back around the room one more time, only to find it empty. Just me, myself, and whoever was behind the camera. Where am I? That question, it was almost as if I opened up Pandora's box. A stabbing feeling pierced my brain. I would have hit the ground if I didn't catch myself on my desk. That stab turned into a slice as the pain began to travel around my body, like someone dragging a knife gruesomely across some raw meat. I shuddered as if the room suddenly got 20 degrees colder. Okay. Fucking, I still can't escape the fucking My Little Pony references in my own fucking writing, dude. I felt my breath hasten as a crushing feeling. Finally found. I thought she gonna, therefore. A man's voice I've never heard echoed through my head. Finally found what? My head felt like it was going to explode. I needed to calm down. Calm down! I flipped myself upward and stared up at the light above me. I closed my eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. When I opened them, I saw the sun above me, with some clouds, and I'm laying in a field of flowers, buttercups, red, yellow, and white. Their scent filled my nostrils as I closed my eyes one more time. I let out a deep sigh. Then I slapped both my cheeks, twice. I stood up and shook my head. I opened my eyes again. I was back in that unfamiliar classroom. There, I'm calm. See, everything is fine. We're just in some strange school, sleeping on a strange desk, with no one else around. I bit my lip as I slapped my cheeks again. This time, I felt them heat up. Ah, come on, girl. You're supposed to be a Naegi. That's right. I'm a Naegi. I am Naegi Kanna. I just have to be like Naegi Mikoto. I have to be just like the ultimate hope. I began to jump in place as I pumped my fist into the air. Just keep on moving. I can't just freak out at something like this. Okay, just so you know, yeah, Japan usually goes last name first and then first name. Uh, so yeah, I fixed that up in my rewrite as well. Hey, what you going? My eyes widened as my ears perked up. Sounds like there's more people. That voice, it was a girl's, wasn't it? It sounded somewhat familiar. Sorry, a boy's voice, but this one isn't familiar at all. I glanced around the room to find out where the voice was coming from. What this? The girl again. Her voice was more high-pitched. This time I found the source, just beyond the door. I began to tiptoe towards it. It's not what it looked like. The voice sounded more distressed. Stay away from me. I placed my ear against the door. Hey, back off! I raised a brow. Another boy? Or was the boy's voice more gruff than I first thought? I still have a little bit of white room syndrome, but I think I established the environment a little bit. I could have like established a bit more of the environment, though. You back off, perverts. Do you know who I am? My eyes widen as my lips purse. Perverts, dear God, no! Don't tell me this. Don't tell me I was kidnapped and put into some freak human trafficking ring. I poked my head out in the classroom and turned to where I heard the voices. There I saw three people, all seemingly about my age. A fit boy with darker skin, a goatee, and piercings was up in the girl's face. Another boy with a bowl cut who looked like a skeleton was scrambling across the floor, picking up pieces of paper and stuffing them into his bag. The mature-looking girl with golden drill-like curls took a step back from the boys as I heard her audibly tisk with disgust. Stay back, plankton! Crabs! Sorry. It really is Togami, huh? Plankton. The boy in her face suddenly put a hand on his hat as he raised a brow. An insignificant speck drifting across the vast sea, so small, so minuscule, that it surely doesn't have any influence on the boundless oceans. The only words I got from that were sea and ocean, but I could still tell that was some sort of insult. Right, because TJ is not as familiar with Japanese. I should have known he had the intelligence of my No, an average kitchen shelf. The girl shook her head and looking... Okay, she's just fucking... tsundere for her brother complex, huh? The girl shook her head, looking at her now. That uniform, that checkered poncho, the tiara or hair clip, her haughty demeanor. Togami? I stepped out of my hiding place, jaw on the floor. The three of them turned to look at me. She narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to me. You... She pursed her lips, her brows furrowed. She leaned in even closer, causing me to nearly stumble back. Um... I let out a confused glance at the boy standing behind her, who just shrugged. I stared back toward Karin, who simply raised a brow. I let out a long sigh. Kanna. I pouted as she nodded and stood up as straight as an arrow. Kanna. Ah, yes. The most forgettable one from that family. I just can't see what's the big deal with you. She raised her nose in the air as she walked right around me. I can't be seen with swine such as those two. If you had some semblance of a brain knocking around in that tiny head of yours, you'd run for the hills. She continued on her rant as she waved the three of us off. Hey, I'm not finished with you yet. You just can't call my cousin a pervert and get away with it. The boy walked past me and began to approach Karen. Well, I'm done with you. I already called your so-called cousin a pervert, and I'm currently getting away with it. Someone of the Togami lineage, damn, fuck. Lineage has no time to waste on swine like you, just looping back. Hey, I said what? Before the boy could get any farther, I tugged on his hoodie. Don't bother. When she's done with you, she's done with you. Even if you catch up to her, she'll just ignore you the whole day. The boy turned back and stared at me. His brows furrowed as he pulled away from my grip. You friends with her? Fortunately, no. You got the same clothes. We go to the same school, but I assure you we're not friends, nor do I ever want to be friends with her. The boy rubbed his chin, his eyes looking me up and down. I cringed as my hands instinctively went to my chest and skirt. The boy snickered a bit and put his arms up. You're good. Sorry for being mean and weird earlier. The boy bowed slightly as I shook my head. No, I'm sorry. You just seem very passionate. Wait until she meets fucking Moeru. I gave him a small smile. His eyes widened slightly as he rubbed his chin. Passionate? He pursed his lips and looked toward his so-called cousin. His cousin noticed this and stopped picking up his papers. He suddenly spoke in another language. The boy's eyes widened as he nodded. Oh, passionate, right, thanks. The boy gave me a wide smile as I tilted my head. God, you know it'd be so fucking funny? If I did like the fucking JoJo like stand thing where like English is put into that, so like that this is speaking Japanese, this is speaking English, like that sort of thing. The boy gave me a wide smile as I tilted my head. I looked toward his cousin, who was picking up some papers. I noticed one of them by my feet. Oh, let me get this for you. I squatted down and flipped over the paper. Wait! And then I was met with a rough sketch of a rather voluptuous woman that seemed to be wearing very impractical armor. Time seemed to slow as I sat there, staring at the sketch. I felt my whole body heat up as my eyes shot to the far right. Here you go. I stretched out my hand toward the bowl cut boy. Hmm. I took a peek at the boy. His face was bright red, and he too was looking to his far right. I feel like crawling into a hole and never coming out. Anyway, how do you two know each other? The other boy chuckled, clearly trying to get the conversation started again. Oh, she and I go to the same school, Cherry Blossom Academy. Where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kanna. What are your names? I looked between the two boys. The fit boy grinned widely, pulling his smaller cousin closer to him. The name's Tyson Jason Haito. You could just call me TJ though. I'm known for being the ultimate skateboarder. My cousin here's name is Daisuke Hato. TJ rubbed Daisuke's head. Daisuke pushed him away and fixed his hair. I'm the ultimate mangaka. It's nice to meet you. Daisuke rubbed his arm and pursed his lips. My eyes widened slightly. Wait, you both are ultimates too? My jaw dropped as the two cousins nodded. Suddenly, TJ's eyes narrowed. Two? Wait, you're also an ultimate? TJ gasped. Yeah, it's not a real talent though. I rubbed the back of my head. TJ stared at me with a smug grin. I'll be the judge of that. He kept staring at me expectantly. I looked toward his cousin whose eyes widened as he looked away with a soft sigh. I'm the ultimate lucky student. I pursed my lips and I crossed my arms. Lucky student? How do you even get a talent like that? I just won a lottery against every high school student who signed up for it. How many students were that? I think they told me it was around 30 million. It was a worldwide lottery after all. 30 million? Daisuke shouted, causing me to jump. He cringed and apologized. 30 million? TJ was rubbing his chin. His cousin leaned close to his ear. Okay, his cousin leaned close to his cousin. Okay. There's still some grammatical errors here, I see. His cousin leaned close to his ear and whispered to his ear. TJ's eyes suddenly widened. That many? That's so cool, TJ added. Is it? I tilted my head. Well, yeah. I mean, that's so many people, and you managed to win. Oh, if I ever go back to America with my mom, we should join that Power Orb lottery. With you there, we'd win for sure. TJ was practically beaming. Oh, thanks. How did you get your talent, TJ? Oh, back in America, I used to sometimes skate in a nearby park a lot. I tried to do all the tricks and stuff I saw in YouTube with my friends. I'd even ditch school to try and do them. A skating agent found me, and the rest was history. You're looking at a certified professional skateboarder. TJ put a hand to his hip as he tipped his hat. Now I recognize you. I think my friend used to talk about you all the time. Sounds like a cool chick. You should introduce me. He's a guy. I'm glad I brought that bit. We brought this bit back. Sounds like a cool guy. You should introduce me. I don't think he actually. He might swing that way. Swing. Daisuke leaned back toward TJ's ears and whispered something to him. TJ's eyes widened and he shook his head. No. I didn't mean like that. I just like talking to my fans, especially if they skate like me. Maybe I could get them to listen to me and my mates. Mates? My bandmates. Is he into punk music? Here. TJ suddenly pulled a disc out from his bag and handed it to me. On the disc were the letters SDS. SDS? Super Duper Squadron. That's the name my girlfriend came up with. She's my backup vocalist and bass. I'm the main vocalist and guitarist. He grinned as he pointed to himself. I couldn't help but raise a brow. Super Duper Squadron? That doesn't really sound like a punk rock band name. Then again, I only listen to safe and boring pop music, so what do I know? Suddenly, okay, what is the comment here? Makes mental note on this info. Hi, Nani. Beep. I heard a loud electronic beep. I looked around the hall, but before I could find what made the noise, your turn, cuz. TJ elbowed the smaller Daisuke, and I was back to our three-way. And it was back to our three-way. I guess more like 2.5-way conversation. Daisuke's eyes widened as he looked between Daisuke and I. Fuck, God, I really, it really is a trio. Oh, okay. Have you ever heard of Oda Kishira? Have I heard of Oda Koshira? I'm only like one of his biggest fans. I've read all the manga he makes. Dragon Chi, Two Chances, Kuroto. Heck, I even just bought a copy of the new Final Kill manga. As I gushed on and on about Oda-san and his works, I noticed Daisuke's face grew redder and redder as he looked away and scratched his chin. Oh, I didn't know you were such a big fan. Thank you. He whispered, hiding his face with his bag. I paused for a moment to process what he said. Thank you? For what? Suddenly it hit me like a truck. Suddenly Kanna gets isekai'd. You're Oda Kashira? The Oda Kashira? I gasped. He nodded furiously while humming, his face still red as a tomato. Out of instinct, I reached into my bag and pulled out my final kill manga. I bowed and held up the manga towards him. Could I please have your autograph? My heart was racing. I never thought I would meet the Oda Kishira in person. Oh, no problem. You'd be the first one I've ever given. He gingerly took the manga from bed, probably from me, and opened the book. He took a pen from his bag and began to scribble on the back of the cover. He paused for a moment and cringed. I'm sorry, Kanna. I don't think I've ever gotten your surname. What was it? He rubbed the back of his head as I bit my lip. I looked between the two cousins as they stared at me expectantly. I sighed and shifted my eyes to the corner in the hall. Naegi. I see. Naegi. He scribbled down on the manga. His eyes widened as he looked back up to me. Wait, Naegi? You're Naegi? He nearly dropped all the things he was holding and as he jumped back. Naegi? That name sounds familiar. What? Like Naegi Mikoto, the ultimate hope. Oh, that Naegi. You think she's related to him? Fuck. I still love TJ. I love TJ so much, still. I'm pretty sure she is. She has a similar hairstyle to him. And are those purple eyes? Like that legendary ultimate detective. Surely you learned about them in history class, TJ. They, along with the Future Foundation, ended the tragedy over 100 years ago. Oh yeah, now I remember. It's not really as big in America as it is in Japan, even though the tragedy fucking affected the whole world. I'm not anyone special, okay? I only got scouted because of a lottery. That's it. I held up my hands defensively. Yeah, but Naegi-san, wasn't Naegi Makoto also an ultimate lucky student before becoming the ultimate hope? Yeah, but please don't think of me as anything like Naegi Makoto. Just call me Kanna, okay? Can you do that, Oda-san? I gulped as the smaller cousin looked at me. He nodded and sighed. I see. I think I get it, Kanna-san. Please just call me Kanna. I shook my head and gave him a small smile. Then you could just call me by my first name, too. I don't want everyone to know my ghostwriting name. He turned away, his face turning red. Right, Daisuke-kun. I added. I guess he's embarrassed about how he acted earlier when he found out I was a Naegi. The same way I acted when I found out he was Oda Kishira. Oh no. I felt my body heat up as I hid my face. Guess I'm getting ignored then, TJ added. Sorry. Daisuke and I said in unison. Just then, beep. Another beep. What was that? I looked around the hall again, trying to find that beeping noise. Must have been that bracelet. Okay, yeah, I changed it from e-handbook to bracelet. Like Zero Escape, or I think this was like after I played Project Eden's Garden and I liked that idea, so yeah. No e-handbook, it's bracelet now. TJ said, pulling his wrist toward his face. Just then I noticed a smartwatch-looking device on his wrist as he tapped through it. Daisuke did much the same. Both Daisuke's and TJ's bracelets look exactly the same. Daisuke picked up from his screen and stared at me. Aren't you gonna look at yours? What? My eyes shifted to my wrist, where I saw a similar-looking watch. I felt my blood run cold. I didn't even feel it was there, even though it looked strapped on pretty tight. Something about it gave me a bad feeling. Waking up in a strange place with a strange device with strange strangers. That's one too many strangers for me. God. I think Ukatoshi's writing also rode off on me a little bit as well, huh? My other hand gripped the watch and electricity surged through my body. I felt my body spasm as I nearly doubled over if it wasn't for DJ catching me. Whoa, be careful. If you try to take this thing off, it'll electrocute you. TJ helped me regain my footing. What's with these things? I questioned, but TJ and Daisuke only responded with a shrug. Don't, oh god, don't know. My cousin and I woke up with this in the same place with these things strapped to us. TJ tried removing it first, but the same thing happened to him. And that's not even the worst part. Daisuke shivered. Yeah, all our info are in these things, TJ added. Really? I tapped the screen as it flickered to life. I tapped on the first app I saw, report cards. The first thing I saw was a picture of me walking to school and name Kanna Naegi, height 4'10", weight 86 pounds, chest 26 inches, blood type O, date of birth December 2nd, Sagittarius, likes gardening, manga, dislikes spicy food, enclosed spaces. Special notes, ultimate lucky student. My blood ran cold as I swear my heart skipped a beat. My blood ran cold as I swear my heartbeat was so loud it echoed throughout the halls. All my personal info is here, from my basic likes and dislikes, from my height and weight, even my chest size and blood type. I scrolled over the next few sections I had. Tyson Jason TJ Hato, 5'8", 175 pounds, 30 inches. Blood type O, July 30th Leo, likes the outdoors, rock music, dislikes school, helicopter parents. Special notes, ultimate skateboarder. Name, Daisuke Hato, 5'3", 110 pounds, chest 26 inches, blood type B, date of birth November 16th, Scorpio, likes lofi hip hop, energy drinks, dislikes loud places, cherries. Okay, so I changed it from coffee to energy drinks. Got it. Special notes, ultimate mangaka. Name, Karan Togami, 5'9", 131 pounds, chest 33 inches, blood type AB, date of birth May 30th, Gemini, likes strategy games, success stories, dislikes anime, unintelligent people. Special notes, ultimate chess grandmaster. There are even pictures of him doing things exemplifying their talents. TJ was skateboarding, Daisuke was in his room making a new manga panel, and Togami-kun was playing chess against an older-looking man. What's going on here? I muttered out on instinct. I was still staring at the Togami-kun's page as I felt sweat build up in my clenched palms. Karan Togami. So that was that rude girl's name, TJ sighed. That's the least of our issues. God, I can't believe we've been kidnapped by some sort of freaky stalker. Daisuke added, Stalker? Kidnapped? Those words echoed through my head. A wave of nausea hit me. My legs wobbled beneath me and threatened to collapse. Suddenly, a wave of pain shot through my head. I nearly doubled over and fell on the floor if it wasn't for me landing on Daisuke's shoulder. What? Kanna, are you okay? Kanna-chan? The world around me seemed to fade as I forced my eyes shut. Suddenly the pain was gone. Then I remembered. I remembered what happened to me. After tending to the plants in the gardening club, I took a quick shower in the school's locker room and walked home with some friends. I then saw that they had a new chapter of the Final Kill manga out and decided to split off from them to check it out. After window shopping and reading through some of the other manga, I decided to just buy the Final Kill one. When I checked my phone, I realized the sun was starting to go down. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you could just walk outside and see it? Why didn't you check your phone? And I was gonna miss curfew. I decided to run down the street and try to make a shortcut through a dark alley. Suddenly, a van pulled up next to me, and two strong-looking men came out. They grabbed me and stuffed me into the van. I tried calling for help, but no one was around to hear me. After my head hit the hard floor of the van, I'd be more concerned if the floor was soft. The world seemed to spin. If that wasn't enough, the van filled with some sort of white gas, and only then I think I was out. I only remember one thing those men said to me before I was knocked out. Finally found her. I thought she was gonna get away there for a moment. Just my luck. My eyes shot open as I jumped up. Kidnapped! We've all been kidnapped! You only now just remembered? TJ questioned. Sorry, I hit my head when those guys got me. Are you okay? Daisuke tilted his head. I think so, I nodded. I think you guys must be right about that stalker. When they got me, they said finally found her. They were looking for me. They knew my route back home. They knew where I live. They even took a picture of me while I was working. Daisuke added. They got me while I was skating. TJ sighed. For a moment, the three of us stood there wallowing in our misery. That crushing feeling of dread I felt when I woke up returned as I felt bile crawl its way up the back of my throat. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I was back in that field of flowers again, filled with red roses and blue violets. I felt the soft petals on my fingertips. The lovely scent filled my nostrils. I took another deep breath and slapped both my cheeks again. What are you doing, Kanna? Daisuke said. Daisuke's words brought me back to reality. I let out a soft sigh. Coping? High off the copium! I think we should split up and see if there's anyone else around. Spl- split up? Split up. The cousins looked at each other for a moment before locking their eyes on me. Are you sure you want to go on your own? Daisuke added, biting his lip. Of course, I am a Naegi after all. I nodded and gave him a thumbs up as I began to walk past them, only pausing a moment to look back at the cousins. I'm counting on you guys, okay? Stay safe. You too. Stay safe, Kana. Daisuke stammered as his cousin grinned with upturned eyebrows. He too gave a thumbs up. As the two of them turned back and walked their own way, I continued my walk down the hallway. No, I didn't wink at her. I swear. I just blinked. I swear. I heard Daisuke shout as TJ's boisterous laughter filled the hall. I couldn't help but chuckle at the cousins' little argument. I felt a small weight leave my shoulders. I'm glad I got to meet them, even if in this strange and scary situation. Ellipses, ellipses, ellipses. Wait, did TJ call me Kana-chan? Yeah, I wanted to like make the dialogue more unique to the characters and like give them and I guess update Karen's as well and also test that my prose out a little bit. So yeah, go ahead and give me critiques on that because I feel like this one I'm a little bit more prouder of, but it's still not the best. Disclaimer, I'm not rewriting the entire fic, I am just rewriting the first part of the prologue as an exercise. I wanted to hear some advice online about my writing style. I wanted to make Kanna's motives and her misbeliefs more clear in this prologue, as well as adjust some characterization and writing to make more sense for each of the characters and give them more individuality. Karen's characterization was heavily changed due to her character basically being entirely rewritten from the bratty archetype to a more rich bitch archetype. Just tell me what you think. I want to know how to improve my writing style. Okay, let's go. I could see how much you improved your writing style. It was more descriptive with the actions, and we got to see their personalities shine a bit more. Good job. Thank you, Nani. I feel like I still have a little bit of room syndrome, but I think I could fix that up a little bit. If you can't tell, the change from the traditional handbook to a more Zero-Escape-like bracelet might have been inspired by Project Eden's Garden a bit. I also wanted to make my own killing game, but take some things from other death games I enjoyed, like the puzzles from Zero Escape, Your Turn to Die's role system, as well as some of Fatal 12's characterizations out of all the four games, I think Fatal 12 handled its characters the best. Damn. Not calling everyone's bad, by the way. But they kinda are. And with that, that's Danganronpa R. We finally did it. We finally finished it. Took a little over 4 hours, 4.5 hours for us to do it, but we finally finished it. Honestly, this was a bit of a self-indulgent stream. Go ahead and give me your thoughts on that fan fiction. Like once again, I want to improve my writing style, and I really do want to get back to like writing a new fan fiction. I might do a new Danganronpa project. I've been kind of experimenting with it right now, but like I kind of just wanted to be like wanted to talk with the fan, like I guess with other Danganronpa fans, and give them like what I had to offer and how I can improve from that. So go ahead and leave any critiques you had there and roast me. Roast the fuck out of me, please. I deserve it. Anyways, I gotta end the stream a little bit now. Hopefully the Wi-Fi doesn't start crashing. Hopefully tomorrow the Wi-Fi will be better and the stream won't crash at all, period. So prayers for that. It seems to crash for like the Steam games at the very least for some reason. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if it's been an issue recently, but let's see if the stream will hold up tomorrow and won't crash. It might be just the gaming streams right now, which is pretty bad. Um, Other than that, once again, I'm gonna do outros now. Tipping link is in the channel page in the description below. Go ahead and leave a tip. I'll play the message at the start of the next stream. I have a Discord link. Go ahead and join the Discord. Trying to bridge together the community, the YouTube and Twitch communities. For the sub goal, I'm trying to hit 30 followers for Twitch and 500 subscribers for YouTube. Once we do, I know Roblox is going through a bit of a controversy right now, but Roblox is an easy to access game, so I wanted to play a Roblox game with the community here, and I don't know if it's going to be Squid Game or something else, or Danganronpa Carnage or whatever, but yeah, something like that is kind of like the sub goal for this. And stream schedule tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific time, 100 line Last Defense Academy. Hopefully that stream won't crash on us like it did last Sunday. Next Friday, more Tetra Danganronpa Pink. Next Saturday, we're gonna be getting back into Zenless Zone Zero. And then next Sunday, both of those are 3 p.m. Pacific time, by the way. Next Friday, 3 p.m. Pacific time, Tetra Danganronpa Pink. And next Saturday, 3 p.m. Pacific time, Zenless Zone Zero. And then next Sunday, more 109 Last Defense Academy, I'm assuming. But yeah, other than that, not much else I can really add on to that. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here with me. And until then, don't mind me. I'm just some dude on the internet, and I'll see you guys next stream. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash.